Doing good. How are you?
Oh, oh my gosh. I was so excited today. You know what?
Why are you so excited?
Well,
And why can't you hide it?
I just can't hide it. I'm just going to lose control. I know. Hey, listen. Did you know that it's Friday the 13th?
Well, now I did.
Well, you know what? I didn't know that going into the day. I didn't even think about it because, I don't pay attention to stuff like that.
Yeah, because I'm
Not really
not 12
superstitious.
years old.
Well, I'm not superstitious or anything. So, nothing significant happens on Friday the 13th. However, my sister actually has a birthday that's on the 13th. And
Docs.
no, the funny thing is, every time her birthday lands on a Friday the 13th, I kid you not, it is like the best day ever. She has like the greatest day ever. So it's so funny because usually on Friday the 13th, I usually have a really good day. It's super funny. So I don't know. I don't know if anybody's superstitious in
Are you
reverse,
Jason?
but I am.
Are you Jason?
Huh?
Are you trying to tell us you're Jason?
What does that mean? Is this a word? Another word that I don't know?
You don't know Jason?
Jason? Who's Jason?
Oh my God. The guy who kills everyone? Friday the 13th?
Oh my god, I wasn't even going there with that. Good lord. No, no. You know what? Actually, I've never watched I might have watched Friday the 13th once,
I've
but
only seen
after that, I never watched another one.
Yeah, like I've never sat down and watched an entire one.
You
I've
know,
seen parts of a lot of them, probably.
I'm not into horror flicks. Are
Me
you?
neither.
Oh yeah. I'm a comedy,
I mean, I like to go
rom-com.
out and kill people. That's a lot more fun than watching
Yeah,
someone lose or
no.
pretend he does it.
No, you watch real life stuff like that. Now, listen. I've been watching the Karen Reed trial, as you have as well, right? Right.
Right.
Oh my god. So, hit your state. I just want everybody out there in the world, in the interwebs, to hear you say this. Do you, do you believe that Karen Reed is innocent or guilty of killing John?
Well, why don't you clarify that? Do I think that she killed him, or do I think that she will
Answer
be?
the question.
Well, are you
You're
asking me?
not answering the Your Honor. Your Honor.
Are you asking me whether I think she is responsible for John O'Keefe's death, or are you asking me whether she'll be convicted of it?
No, that's not what I didn't ask you either of those two questions.
Oh,
I asked you, do you think she killed him?
well, that would fall under the first one. She would be
No, no,
responsible.
because there's too much sidestepping and no bullshit. Okay, so here's the thing.
Yes, I think she killed him. Yeah,
You do. Do you
yes.
how do you think she killed him? In what way?
She backed up into him. Where else did she back up?
First of all, I think it's okay. You know what? I think she did not.
Okay. She didn't
So
back
after
up.
it, okay, so we're gonna go through this. Okay, we're gonna do a stream about this trial.
Are we going to go on the record with our predictions
Yeah,
for?
yeah. I think she. Well, okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you watch after the jury went to deliberations? Did you watch that little snippet?
I did, but I don't remember it. What it was it?
The verdict slip.
Oh yeah, with how many not guilties and how many guilties.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, we'll play that later. But
it's pretty standard. I'm just saying.
well, it's standard to have 7 guilties and then one little checkbox that says not guilty
Yeah.
for all of the charges.
Yes.
So she's either guilty of all or not guilty of all.
Pretty much.
So that she can't be not guilty for this or this or that. If she's guilty for one, she's guilty for all. Is that what you're saying?
I'd have to see the thing printed out in front of me, but
Okay. Well, I think that
if the not guilty is at the top, then she's not guilty
I would,
of all.
you know, if Blades could talk,
Are you gonna miss Blades?
I am.
What are you
I
gonna
am.
do?
Blades is just really, he's been like the mascot of this whole thing. I mean, sadly, I mean, I swear to God, the fan guy, I call him the fan guy, operating Blades is just messing with us.
That's
Yeah.
all he does is
Yeah.
there's
Like,
an
oh, let's see what I can
employee.
get the
There's like a
state is-
state employee that all he does is
Oh, yeah.
operate the ceiling
His
fan.
job. It's probably the bailiff.
Maybe Bev has a secret button.
And
under her.
remote. She's probably got.
It's her fault.
Hey, you know what? I've got a new intermission fan video. So when we want to have an intermission, it's like 3 minutes long. It's it's some elevator music. I hope you guys enjoy it later. I don't know. Whenever you need a break from me, you just let me know.
I usually just walk away. But are you going to install a ceiling fan in a garage? Because I've never seen that.
No, there's no, I have like I have like little industrial, like I have little fans. And then I have a regular fan that's kind of being held up by a vise on the workbench. Show it to you, but
You
I'm
could
not
get maybe you could start a business where you sell replicas of this fan.
gonna. Okay, so listen, it's been raining here in Minnesota.
No.
Like what? Hey, let's talk about some other stuff real quick before we get too deep into this Karen Reed trial. Okay, there's one other thing that it is what it is. I was gonna do a stream about it last Wednesday, but then I was like, I don't want to stream, and so I didn't. But it's about Trump and Elon's
Oh my
public.
God.
Yeah. What did you think of that, bro?
Trump 2.0 is pretty fucking lame, is my take.
Yeah, you don't like it?
He's an insider now. He
You
used to be
think
an
so?
outsider.
Or you think that he's just learning to manipulate them and get done what he needs to have done?
No. He's an
I don't
insider.
know.
He's
I
been
know, but you know
corrupted
what?
by-
I trust
He's
God.
been surrounded by the swamp for years now.
I trust God, and I trust that God is going to lead him the way that he needs to go right now. I have so much to say about world stuff right now, but I'm not going to say anything. All I'm going to do is continue to paint the things that I see, and maybe, I mean, like that one painting that I've been working on. Holy smokes! I'm seeing, like, did I hear right? Israel and Iran are fighting.
We bombed Iran.
Oh, jeepers! Okay, so here's the thing: is
It's
like,
Trump 2.0 right there.
okay, so tell me what happened.
I mean, what do you believe what they say, or do you?
I don't know what they say. What are they saying?
Well,
I haven't heard. I don't want.
The premise was Iran's nuclear proliferation had to be, halted.
Okay.
So they bombed the shit out of supposedly
Who's
their
they?
we.
We Americans.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I don't know who besides us, if there was anyone besides us, but like even if it was Israel, it was still our money that was bombing.
Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure it was all US stuff.
So hold on a second. I'm gonna show you something. Okay, can I just show you? Like I don't know if I can. Hold on.
What do I know?
This. Let me see if I can find the picture. Well, you know, the eagle one. You know what? Hold on. Let me just go grab it. Hold on. Just stay right there.
Go grab your eagle.
So let me show you this because this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like I told you, I swear to God, this is like a vision that I had. Okay, and so I started to paint this like over a year ago. And you know this because I've had. Oh,
Yes.
okay. So this one, right?
Yes.
This right here. There's two angels here, right?
Okay.
There's one in the back, and then there's one standing in the front. The one in the back is actually flying towards Israel. You can't see that because I have. Hold on. Let me turn my green screen on. So this is where I have this thought. This is. I know it sounds weird, but okay. So let me show you. Okay, so did that work? Yeah. I can't see. Okay, so right up here is where there's an airport that gets bombed. So this just happened not that long ago. And this is in Israel. But I do see, like, this is what I see is this angel, like the United States is actually like I feel like in this vision that I had that the United States comes to assist Israel but doesn't necessarily land. However, it's like a warning. The name of this painting is called Land and Sea, but it's not land and sea SEA, it's land and SEE. So sea. So to me, when I named it, I was like, if we land, it's going to be a bigger deal. But the thing is I think that if we ever have boots or feet on the ground in Israel as Americans, we will only be partnering to build up the shorelines. And that includes Gaza. So that's how I see it. It sounds crazy, but I do see like farmland. I mean, they're gonna continue to grow with their crops. But there's something with their. I mean, in their land is gonna start to really produce and things like that. That's what I see. So I know it sounds crazy, but that's what I see. What do you think of that?
Can you paint me winning the lottery?
Yes,
Thanks.
tonight. Like I wasn't planning on
Right
doing a live
now.
painting, but you know I can. You know, you're always fun to paint live. You know, nothing's more fun than painting a balloon knot.
Well, like painting the balloon. Never mind.
You know, it does seem Donald has a solid plan in mind, but he keeps running into some bumps along the way. That will say, "Thank you, tormented 30." Yes, I know. You know, there's I with the whole Donald Trump. I actually had a video that I made. Hold on, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. You want to see it? Yeah, you do.
Sure.
Of course you do. Hold on. I gotta find it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find the right tab. I got it. Nope, that's not it. Photos. It is. You see how many videos I got here, bro? It's pathetic.
I don't see.
Oh, you can't see that in the back. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, I got another thing to show you too. It's god awful. It is. I
Well,
was like, hold on. When did they start? When did they start fighting on the 5th? Right. So I gotta go to the
I
5th.
didn't put it on my calendar.
Here it is. Wait, is this the video?
I put like a little broken heart drawing. Like I drew a heart and then I put a little crack in it because it broke my heart as well.
What? What broke your what?
Trump and
I
Elon.
no. You know what? I'm telling you. I as soon as I said, I was like, this is a ploy. No way. This is no.
Kayfabe.
What? I thought it was planned. It was a planned thing. And I got so much to say about it too. So here, I found it. Here we go. Let me see. Here we go. Listen to this.
How is Karen Reed involved? Is what I want to know.
Oh, can you hear that? Oh, there is no sound.
Do you think that's why they broke up? Like
Well,
Trump
they
thinks
they're
Karen
fighting
Reed
with
is
each other,
guilty?
right? So what did he say? First, Elon's like, as my scheduled time, the special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. So that was his exit on May 28th, 8:01 p.m., right? So then Trump,
How close was he to the flagpole when he sent that?
listen, we're going to get to that. We got to get to this. So then Trump on 6/4 at 1 p.m. reposts it, truths it, right? And he just, it's the same thing, okay? Same freaking thing. But then, this is where it gets good. Wait,
Clash of the egos.
Thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, and I'm sure you've seen, regarding Elon Musk and your big, beautiful bill, what's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which, of course, what is you're seeking?
Well, look, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts. It's the biggest tax cut. You would say, people's taxes will go way down, but it's the biggest tax cut.
So I'm hearing rumors that they're trying to take the overtime, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips thing. Some people are trying to take that out of it.
In history, it's we are doing things in that bill that are unbelievable. And when you look at what we're doing for
Tax on
small
overtime,
businesses,
that's never been in there.
What?
No tax on overtime. That's never been in there. Should tax
Yeah.
overtime more.
No, they put it in this one. No tax on overtime.
No,
people,
I
for-
find
That would be so.
I find that hard to fucking believe. Some people, like 80% of their income is overtime. They'd be like,
if only. Do you know how many people would get overtime?
no tax on overtime.
They're
Like if the fucking tax revenue would go down like 50%. How would they make it
yeah,
up?
but it's getting made up for in tariffs. Thank you very much. And take a bow, President Trump.
for middle-income people, all of the things that we're doing.
He actually was saying something about giving some reprieve to farmers for migrant workers.
You
that
know
are
what?
actually
You know what? No
illegally-
tax on overtime would do.
What's that?
Do you know what no tax on overtime would do? All the fucking boomers that are the high.
I'm not a boomer.
All the
You're like,
all the
where's
fucking
Topo?
boomer all the fucking boomers that are making all the fucking money, they'll just make that much more because they're the ones keep working until, oh, well, I can work another 7 years with no tax on overtime. They will never leave. They should be gone now, and they're still working. You tell them, oh, we're not going to tax your overtime. They're never going to fucking leave.
Well,
No one
I
can
don't
get a
think
fucking good
that-
job because they're
Okay.
just hanging on and they're like,
No.
oh, I just want to
No.
work. Retire.
yeah.
Fucking tire and give someone else a fucking chance. They'll never fucking you'll have to fucking kill them to get them out of there if you give them no
Wait-
tax on overtime.
Wait a second. Are you saying that you want people to retire at a specific age, not return to work for some extra?
When they're
Is that what you're
blocking
saying?
fucking jobs from fucking 20-somethings, yes. Get the fuck out.
What do you got? Some kid that can't get a job? Is this what you're telling me?
Listen to anyone in that age demographic. They can't get a good fucking job.
Oh,
I
you
know
mean a
fucking
job
people
that
in the
pays
fucking
$120,000? Bam, right like
People in
that,
their
because they
fucking
think if they get
70s
instantly
that have 3
$120,000
fucking
to start.
pensions.
No,
People
this is
in
bullshit.
their 70s with multiple pensions, they're hanging around work. I just like to work. Yeah, fuck
Oh.
off. Go the fuck out and let someone fucking get a real fucking paycheck. No, I need
Oh
more.
yeah,
and more.
no.
They have
When people are
millions of
so
dollars
to
and
the point
fucking
where they
their
can't
assets.
even do the job,
Get the fuck
and
out.
yeah, it is a
Go
problem.
home.
But I don't like that these
Just 'cause
youngins.
they don't like their wives. They want to work all fucking day. Oh, I'm making another million this year. That's great. How about you fucking let someone else get a fucking enough to fucking buy a house?
Okay, who do you know that needs a job? You know what? There must be some 20-year-old living in your house and you just want them to get a fucking job so they move the fuck out. Is that what's going on here at your state?
Listen to that's like
Is that what's
one of the
happening?
resounding choruses from 20-somethings is that like, yeah, the jobs fucking suck.
Okay, so first of all, I didn't realize that it really affected you that much. I mean, the only reason that you would be impassioned by it this much, I think, is because it does affect you.
The most ridiculous thing I've fucking heard. People get shit jobs now. If you're starting now, you're fucked. You get a shit job. You got to fucking work like a fucking Indian. And they want you on call 24/7.
Well, I don't know where you come from, but I used to work on a res, and I don't know where you that thing
No,
came from.
Indian.
I'll
Like
tell
an
you that
Indian,
right
an
now.
Indian H-1B visa Indian.
Oh, dot. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's
Sorry.
2025. No one calls them Indians.
Uh,
Used to work on a reservation.
mixing overtime tax was very late to the bill. I was surprised when it saw that it was added to the bill. Judges in the Supreme Court keep blocking his place. Well, it does suck. It does suck. I was just reading some of the chat there, but I wish that I could pull up I can't click on the what do you call that chat?
If you compare what people were able to accrue who started working 35 years ago, they have pensions. They have literal pensions. They have 401ks. And now,
dude, I started working 35 years ago.
Well,
I was a fucking bun toaster at freaking Hardee's. I paid Social
there's a
Security.
joke there somewhere.
Hey, Lovebug. Lovebug you know what? I know Lovebug knew me when I worked at
It's
that
just a
Hardee's.
lowly bun toaster.
No, remember? Hey, remember when I worked at Hardee's? And I would, oh my God, I hated that. Well, no. I made Hardee's burgers good. They don't think they toast those buns no more. I don't think they do. And a lot of places don't. You know what? If some places would just toast their buns, it would be
Quiznos, that was their whole fucking sales pitch.
Quiznos. You know what I used to get at Quiznos is their bread bowl with chicken.
Did they toast the bread bowl?
It was your brown pants toasting buns. He told me, he goes, I used to go there and watch your butt in the brown pants. Good times.
I guess it was called Hardee's.
Hardee's. Do you know what Hardee's is?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Okay, so let's move along here. So what else? I
Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And
Hold on,
Elon's
let's finish
upset
this out.
because we took the EV mandate, and which was a lot of money
Elon was
for
pissed.
electric vehicles.
What's he saying? Without me, Trump would have lost the elections. Dems would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Okay, such ingratitude.
I mean, he is on a lot of drugs, so I'm sure 90% of his
That's exactly what Trump was saying. He's like
90% of his tweets are like, whatever.
drug induced.
Yeah.
Emphasis on. Okay, wait. Here we go. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. This is like 2 hours after that last tweet I just showed. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do. And he just went crazy. Oh, you know what's so funny is, okay, well, let's finish this out. The easiest way to save big money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. Sorry, Elon, he's right. You are the only one that didn't get doged and really needed to be doged, and you know that it's right for the economy. We can get the
That's
mandating electric vehicles for all, right?
Yeah.
What?
Real cuts have to come from the places where we spend the most money. Do you know where the places that we spend the most money are? It ain't electric vehicles.
Are you going to say the military?
Oh yeah, that's one of the big ones. Yeah.
Okay, so anyways, let me just finish this. Anyways, I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. So this is the best part. Hold on. Uh-oh. Time to drop the really big bomb.
Do you need
No,
5
he's
minutes?
not.
before-
You know,
Oh.
he's not in the Epstein files. Trump's not in the Epstein files, and that's the real reason okay, no, listen.
I mean, he probably technically is in the files because
yeah.
he's been there.
But the lawyer for Epstein
like
originally
Bill
came out and
Gates.
said, I asked Epstein outright. He said, I don't have anything on Trump. And I'll run with that. I don't
if
mind.
Trump was in there, to an incriminating level, it would have been leaked by now.
Oh, well, the
Well,
thing
that's
is, here's the thing,
Trump.
is that wasn't what Elon's job was. Trump was not going to give him access to Epstein files. What purpose would that serve? No. And in fact, is Elon in those files at all? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was too young at that. I don't think so,
I
though.
doubt he would have brought it up if he was. That'd be
Well,
pretty
that's
dumb.
just it. He wants to
Although-
see those files, and he never got to because it wasn't in his purview. It wasn't something he was supposed to look at. It wasn't even part of his job. He has no business in that kind of area. And so I call bullshit on Elon. He doesn't know shit about that. And he actually retracted that. So, but here's the thing.
Wait,
When you're a dude,
what do you think of Trump's people and their whitewashing of, oh yeah, he really did kill himself?
oh, so that was a little interesting. I do believe that Kash
Do you
Patel
believe
said,
he killed
no,
himself now?
wait, Kash Patel, his exact words were, I do believe it says that he killed himself or something like to that effect. Like he's saying, he's regurgitating whatever the file says, but they haven't said more about that. And I think that maybe it's got something to do with the Diddy trial. Who fucking knows?
What?
Yeah. That's what I think.
What are you talking about? So you just all of a sudden now believe that Epstein, Trump's people said he killed himself. He must have killed himself.
He didn't kill himself. He got murdered. What are you nuts?
Other
He did not kill himself.
people just came out and said,
Okay, listen,
what
it's
happened.
just they're not telling us, and you know what? I'm gonna wait for that one. I can only handle so much crap. Okay. So now
Okay.
wait a second. There was something else that I was gonna. What the fuck? Where was it? Oh, this is where it was.
Explicit about it.
Hold on. Where was it? I got it right here. This.
I don't even know what to say here. You get a stock down this much, not only do you have to have terrible numbers, which Tesla certainly does, you
This
have to
guy looks
effectively
all
go to war with the president of the
up.
United States. So many people own Tesla because Elon Musk was tight with Trump. Now that they're on bad terms, not such a good reason. Here's the bottom line. At the end of the day, this new high list is an eclectic group of stocks, mostly geared to U.S. venues. That makes sense given the trade war. I'd be a buyer of any of these names down 5 to 8% from these levels. That is my favorite percentage to start a position on a red-hot stock, and not before then. Like I said, the market's a terrific teacher, and it's teaching you that these stocks are great for the current environment.
House of pleasure.
House of pleasure.
That guy is always wrong.
No, he's oh,
What? Do you know who that is?
Kramer.
He's always wrong.
Then why has he got his own show and he's had it for decades? I've been watching that
Oh
guy
my
for
God.
forever. If you now, do you watch him every day?
Oh my God. I don't have cable for one, but if I did, I'd cancel it just to not have to watch it.
Shut up. Okay, so here we go.
So why aren't you like a billionaire? You're
Okay,
playing
so
Kramer's
okay,
tips.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through it. Let's do it.
What are you doing?
We're gonna watch the trial here. I gotta see what this first one is. A minute.
Start to finish.
Yeah, we're gonna watch this. One's a minute. Hold on. Thing is, I'm concerned that these aren't gonna load.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Allie, or no, not
You were
Allie.
Interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by
Here.
a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince.
Okay, so here's the thing. Alan Jackson starts asking Carrie Roberts, is that her name?
I don't
Questions,
know.
and she's like starts questioning him. She just starts off like afraid to say not afraid to say, but she's like a reluctant witness. You know what I'm saying? And this is the
Yes.
cross-examination of her.
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Did that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
she
Yes.
this is her first. That's what she says to. Well, they start talking, right? Let's go to the next video.
You indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
This is gonna suck if these don't load all the way.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
She's just like, do I need to know the date? Like, what the, ma'am? This is not a back and forth question, and that's not how that works. It's you answer the questions. It was just the weirdest thing ever.
I can explain why it's happening.
What? Why? What's happening?
So she's probably been harassed for the last 3 years by people nonstop, and she's blaming the defense team. So now she has to talk to someone she feels is responsible for her being harassed every day. Think of the worst shit you could be, internet
So
harassment.
you're putting yourself in her shoes.
I'm telling
Okay,
you,
well, she's
like when you
but
get
a freaking liar since she's got up on that stand several times. How about that?
see,
that's
you're
why
one
she's
of the
being
people that
harassed.
were probably harassing her.
Whatever. I'm not. What, me?
So she's had to deal with 24/7 harassment, and she's attributing that to the defense with not bad
Why is her
reason.
lips not
So,
moving?
like when she finally has to talk to one of them directly, of course, depending on your personality, you're either going to be flippant or aggressive or whatever. You're going to be something that comes off as not friendly.
Well,
Well,
I guess, you know what? I'm not putting myself in that. She needs to be self-aware of how she's coming off, number one, to the fucking world and to that jury. So,
I mean,
'cause
if
they
you
have no personal knowledge of.
everyone has a threshold of how much they can deal with them when they don't care about anything after that. And you've seen it with a few of these witnesses, like Devers. They just stop giving a fuck. And if all things being equal, like you just pull them off the street one day and talk to them, they would probably be fairly normal. But after literally years of being harassed, they're gonna, you're gonna, depending on your personality type, you're going to come off to different degrees of anger or irritability or like sarcasm, whatever. You're just gonna be pissed at these people on the defense because they whipped up that frenzy. They literally spent effort to do that.
She's fighting for her life. It's obvious she didn't do it. It's pretty freaking obvious.
I'm talking about the lawyers.
I know, but the thing is
it's obvious.
it's her and the lawyers that did that.
Did you listen to her phone messages? She's psycho. Literally right after she theoretically dropped him off. You're an ass. I hate you.
You're a pet, or you're what do you say? Pervert. She kept calling pervert.
Yeah.
So there is something there. So that leads me into a whole nother aspect of this case that we'll talk about maybe if we get to it. But you've heard all of my theories. Come on. My most recent is that it was
you make them faster than I can listen to them.
So listen. Here's Carrie again. And I think she admits to like
she's probably a bitch normally, but what I'm saying is she can't hide it after being harassed for 3 years.
Yeah.
Oh, for the date, yes.
Because she's the one that, quote unquote, she's telling them everything.
February 1st.
Remember that?
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and you're like, okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Oh my God. First of all, who takes a statement from someone in front of another person?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
unless you're a parent and child. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I know what you're saying. Like when they talked to Karen Reed, like her parents were there and they were just sitting there type of thing.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's when you would expect it. Like she was in hysterics or whatever. And she's in the room with her parents to feel more comfortable and just talking.
But yeah, this is like 2 or 3 days later.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's a normal type of
And
situation.
the feds were questioning her? They weren't clear about this one. Or are, well, anyways, let's listen.
The troopers, I think.
Obviously, that would help influence your.
But were those troopers from the ethics office, or were they working this case, or were they working an ethics case?
Oh, it was this case. No one's
Memory.
ever even mentioned ethics. Fucking.
That's who Sergeant Butnick works for, and so does Sergeant Tully. Didn't you recognize that portion of it? Why do you think this all started? Oh my God. You didn't realize that?
It doesn't matter who they were investigating.
That's
this case.
why they're investigating everything.
No.
Oh God. Okay,
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
explain that. That's too deep for you. We're just going with Karen Reed. We'll get into that part.
Over the event with someone else, right?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just found it so weird that they would do that. But, it's to be expected because that's basically how the whole thing.
Yeah, the investigation was fucked.
Oh my God. I can't even believe how
It was awful. It was a train wreck.
yes, train wreck.
Maybe
That
his
is-
train killed John.
But there's no bruises. So maybe not.
I don't know.
Dude, oh my God. So
Very
one of my
close.
friends, in fact, has dog bite. And I said, let me see that. I meant
Oh my God, you harassed him and grabbed his arm and ripped it apart. Probably
it was on his leg. And it was
grabbed his leg.
yeah. And I looked at it, I was like, oh my God, it's totally dog bite. If you've seen the marks, and I
Now
meant to
you're a
take a
dog
picture.
bite expert, just like Dr.
Yeah, I've only got
Dr.
one
Gas.
picture, but
Dr. Gas.
she's got a collection. We'll get to that. Hey, where were we? We're at this one. Hold on. We're gonna get this. You got to see this part. This is another great video.
The timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I'm sorry that you can't hear, but Attorney Jackson walks away from the mic, and it pisses me off. So you have to really listen.
He
He's like,
turns.
"Jennifer-"
It's not that he walks away; he turns away from it directly. So it's like
So frustrating because there's no correcting for it.
and half
I
the
was
time
telling
he
what
has his
happened in
hand
the-
up in front of his face.
Yeah. Something in front of his face.
Back of the cruiser.
The timeline you can answer. You wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote with Jennifer McCabe's help influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
Aha!
It's something that she never heard, so she lied about hearing it.
You were later asked.
Now that was a
I don't,
memory.
lie about something. You can think you remember something and then come to realize that you were wrong. That's
Right.
very easy, especially when you got a million people telling your shit, and there's a lot of time, and your brain literally changes your memories. But people think their memories are perfect. Oh, I remember everything perfectly. You could show them video that proves that they remembered it wrong, and they're like,
Right.
"Nope, my
Oh, they
memory's
kept
perfect."
doing that. They kept doing that to Jen. Now with this, it's this is really, and it is true. You can have a false memory, and people.
We all have it. You can literally not have false memory. We all have false memory.
Yeah, we all do. Or and it's just the way that hey, why do you think the Bible's written the way it is? Maybe they
And-
have different perspective is what it is.
Yeah, like in my memory, like I'm really great.
Yes, you are. It should be great your state.
I just
Hate your state, great.
created
The
it.
great. Yeah. The great hate your state. I like it. Let's continue.
Asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you
What?
whether or not you heard
prison.
Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
The timeline that Jennifer McCabe
Okay,
told-
so that was that. And it was really interesting that she was like, oh, yeah, it didn't bother her to say, I'll take a look. I think that she is innocent in all this and that Jen used her and kept her close to find out what she knew. I think that there is something, and I think that while she was on the stand, she realized that Jen was using her. That's what I gathered when I watched her. Her face just turned at a moment when it was kind of suggested that, do you think that maybe, basically was Jen manipulating you? In a not so many words is kind of what it was getting to. I think it was it Jackson that was questioning her at the time. And I didn't go through her whole testimony to find that clip, but it was interesting. That's for sure. What do you think? He's not even there. When he gets silent like this, he's gone off to go get a drink or smoke. He just leaves me hanging. Here he comes. Here he is. See? He thought he had time.
Did you convict her while I was gone?
Yes.
Wait, you said she's innocent.
No. Okay, so now you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna listen to Peg. You know who Peg
Who?
is? Mama.
Peg?
Mama.
Oh. Jesus, how far did you go back?
Dude, I went to the beginning. I went to all of my video clips that I had that I thought these were interesting moments. And this is kind of in a nutshell. This
So
is what
why
these
did you
girls-
spend the first 2 hours talking about Trump? You got like 20 hours worth of material.
30 minutes we talked.
Yeah, okay, you can go down.
Boy, silly boy. You don't want to talk about Mama?
Just
No.
saying. How are you going to get through this
So we
20
started
hours?
walking
of
down the
material?
corridor.
What? How many hours?
If you went back to the fucking beginning of the trial,
Mm. No, I only got the good stuff. Bro,
And as I'm walking down,
here you go.
I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?
And that's a painful moment.
do you think she still did it? Peg?
No, Peg didn't
Peg was
do
one of your
it ever.
theories. One
I
of
think
your
Peg knows-
theories.
I think Peg knows who did it.
Oh my God. See, you're insane.
I think Peg knows Jen's lying now. Lying. Biddy.
And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she
What do you think she's doing there? That was her boyfriend. What's wrong with you, woman?
Yeah, she was,
God.
no, they
It
were
makes me
wheeling her
angry.
away on a gurney. That's why
you know,
she
she's being evaluated. So then
Because her boyfriend just died. She
She was-
found him dead.
If you
And they
saw
brought us
her being wheeled away on a gurney, wouldn't you say, what the hell is going on with that?
I don't think that that's what it is. I think she just said that she saw it. Saw.
Yeah, being wheeled away on a gurney
Down to the room where my son
in a
I
straight
hear that part.
was.
When did she say that? She wasn't on a gurney.
She was yelling, "I hate you."
Oh, for now you're just making stuff up. I hate your state. Why do you hate me so much? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Almost done. Oh, there it is. That was
Finally,
it.
they said, okay.
So then, Mom,
Roberts picked you up in the car. Did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband?
so Carrie Roberts
During-
went, picked up Mom and Dad, and brought them to the hospital.
The drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with
Pretty
him?
hurt.
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he
No,
dead?
Gertie!
Peg? Is he dead? Peg?"
So when she was
Hey, your
yelling,
state,
Yes.
you dirty little shit.
Well, let me get something on
dirty
the
little
record.
balloon, not you.
Let me get something on the record here. One of your theories involved this lady who had already lost a daughter. Her daughter's dead, and now her son is dead, but you think she knows who's responsible for his death and she's covering it up. Just say, I just want to get that on the record that that's what you
I
think.
do think that.
Oof.
I know. It's hard for me to say, but I do think that she knows who did it. I think that I do. And I think,
Okay.
yeah. And I think that everybody's blaming Karen. So here's the next one. This
Correct. I
broad.
didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes.
The FBI.
Matt said, who have you spoken to?
objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jeff.
I'm going to allow it because it's out there now. I can't believe that. She didn't strike that. You know what I mean? That was.
I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that.
This is where she turns into a complete biddy. Watch.
No.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Just tell us. She kept doing that. No, I don't want to see it. No, it would not refresh because I don't remember now. You know, whatever it is. She's just being a total frustration station.
I mean, it's the same reason.
It's what?
You'd
As
be
you sit
very
here
pleasant
today,
after
are you
3 years of
telling
harassment.
this jury
Stan, talking
Oh
to
my God. Are you serious?
I
She
can imagine what
knows
you
what
would be like
happened.
on the stand. I could just imagine.
She knows what. No.
You would be
No.
worse.
Okay. Wait,
You would
After-
probably like get up and be like, I don't need to take this. You can't
You
talk to me
deny
like
saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it. Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way.
she was such a bratty witness.
Was
Oh, wait.
related to a timestamp of 2:27, and
Okay.
you don't trust anyone with an accent.
This guy.
I want that on the record as well.
Okay, we're gonna listen to this bugger, and you know what? We're gonna let him just play this out. We're gonna do this after his testimony. Let's take our little break, but let's play this. It's like a 4-minute video of his testimony about this Cellbrite. He's from Cellbrite, and he's the prosecution witness. But if you listen to his words very, very carefully, he doesn't give up all the information that he has. It's very interesting the way he chooses his words to give the information that they're seeking. Listen.
that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
And can you share with us what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
I don't know if I believe that.
After you looked into the issue and
He
came
literally
to a determination
demonstrated
or
it.
opinion, did you reach back out to Mr. Green?
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached
had
out
the
to
question
Richard
because
Green,
of this case.
offering to speak to him about this issue and clear
He
up any
literally
confusion,
did a
but
demonstration
never
in court.
received a response.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
When?
In
Did I miss
court.
this time around?
Yeah.
I didn't. I must have missed it because I didn't see that.
It was
And-
very
So to
boring, but it
summarize, it
proves
was an
that that's
inquiry
how it
about-
works.
I think it's a
Otherwise,
lie.
the defense would
Lie.
have said, oh my God, he literally did it step by step and showed it in
A
court.
phone that made
Jen killed him.
a Google
I can't have it.
or a internet search, and the question is, what time was that search made?
Correct.
And relative to that inquiry, there was a timestamp on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
And putting that aside for a second, secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John
This is
O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
Did you look for
So I want to
nudes?
walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone but also of John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with Ms. McCabe's phone.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners here had done the extraction of the device, resulted in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. They uploaded it to Cellbright's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
When you received the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was, as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone?
For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40.
Okay. And as part of your effort and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how a timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search?
I did, yes.
And have you seen that PowerPoint recently?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Was related to a timestamp of 2:27.
That I mean, he goes on for a very long time about all this stuff, not only with the timestamp of the 207.
Yeah, because obviously if it occurred at 2:27, that would be a really big deal. And it didn't. And he proved why these
I thought that
records
he
get
ended up
created.
proving-
It's like these guys, they look like, oh my God, the deleted record. That means someone deleted it from their phone. And that does not mean that.
Viper wants to know if anybody ripped a huge fart yet. Well, I have been talking to this balloon knot all night long. So yes, Viper, yes.
I muted myself when I did.
You're such a nerd. Okay. So anyways, you know what I'm trying to, oh, okay, here you go. In the trial? Oh no, not in the trial. No, not yet. Not
think
yet
I
that I'm
did
aware
hear
of.
like a
All
weird
these
sound
given-
during it.
So this was a really interesting thing that I wanted to point out. This was also Dr. Whiffen, or Ian. Is he a doctor? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, whatever. Anyway, so this guy says this. You got to listen very carefully because it's not very loud. Listen.
All of these dots given the range, 10 meters.
All those dots are within the range. Those are all the cell phone data hits that were between 8 and 10, I think they said meters or feet. So I wanted you to know that originally that's what that picture was,
Rhonda,
right?
Are all these dots, all
Yes.
these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Are they consistent with O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole? And you can hardly hear it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection?
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
He's like, that's a reasonable assumption. Notice how he says, I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Because there's tolerance on all
All right,
these.
this might be a good spot.
No. But did you notice that? Look at those spots. They're all over the place during this goes on until I think it was 1:30, which means he may have been crawling around that yard for an hour.
Oh my God.
Yes, that's what I think.
It's because,
Because GPS data don't change.
yeah, that's why there's a circle. It's not granular enough to say, oh, here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. Those dots.
Each one of those spots has a different GPS data point. There. Different GPS locations.
Within a tolerance of 8
That's
to
right.
10
So-
fucking meters.
No.
Yes.
GPS is a different. Oh my God, I can't with you.
They give you a point, and they say within a radius of 8 or 10 meters. So it could be within anywhere in that fucking circle. So they make a big circle that includes all of them.
Unless you have a shit ton of satellites, there's a percent of error. We don't have P code anymore. I don't know what a P code is, but okay. You
I
want to
mean, someday,
you probably
someday,
can't.
you know, like the authoritarians' wet dream is they'll have precise locations of all of us, but that day doesn't exist right now. It's close enough for them.
Weird.
What?
To the next area, or you have any more questions about
Now would be
this?
a fine time.
P code is the precision
Folks, why don't
GPS
we take,
we
um,
used in targeting systems. I can't hear anything that was said, and that's what's so frustrating about some of this stuff is that there's some really good stuff where I swear to God they're purposefully turning away from the mic so that we can't hear it.
So you literally think each of those dots means he moved to the dot, to the dot, to the dot, to the dot? That's literally
Yes.
could be further.
Well,
from
let
the
me
truth.
explain. Let me explain.
Like
Because
you're
it's
fucking-
8 to 10
they
feet,
went
right?
back
I think it's
right
8 to 10 feet, right?
it went
Maybe-
right. If they took your data right now, you would get dots in different spots. You haven't moved. You would have a bunch.
Oh,
of
and you don't know it.
If they pulled your cell phone data right now, be dot over here, dot over there, dot. It wouldn't be a dot in the same spot 15 times.
Okay, sorry.
And you should be thankful for that. You know, that'll give you some
Describe
leeway
to
when
him
you're trying
our
to convict.
typical.
Okay, so then they had the voir dire. Remember the voir dire with Crash Daddy?
I don't listen to anything French.
Here's the part of the voir dire where freaking Brennan's losing his freaking mind about Arca getting paid. Never mind that Brennan paid $440,000 for the Blue Man Group. Okay.
Describe to him our typical procedure when we intake a criminal defense case, right? There's typically a contract and retainer associated with that. So I described our normal procedure that takes place. Yes.
So you talked about fees and scheduling and costs, what you charge.
I did talk about, yes, the contract and the retention letter.
When you talked about that contract,
Well, the jury doesn't hear
wasn't
this.
there about
Also
them
deleted.
hiring you, paying you, or retaining you?
Wait, what?
They also deleted all records of their conversations.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And you use Signal?
Potentially, again, I prescribed our standard procedure.
Why wasn't you talking?
You know, ever since that whole freaking one guy, what?
Could you imagine if the troopers used Signal to communicate what Action Jackson would be saying about it? Oh, I'd be going
I'm
through
fucking
the
gonna
roof.
download Signal right
Going
now.
through the roof. I already have it. So I plan all my illegal activities.
Why? What is so top secret about everything you have to say? Huh? You're saying, what is it that you say that you don't want anybody to ever repeat or know about? What is it? Tell me.
I mean, it's literally just a messaging app, and it's
You're-
one you would use if
porn,
they
is
don't
it
want if you
that
don't
you
want them
sex?
to farm everything you say for commercial purposes. That's why. That's why.
Oh, you know what? You're right. No, you're right. You know, what's this? My person and papers should be secure, Gina. My person and paper. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. What's he saying? Oh, so listen
Talking
to this
about
thing.
fees and
This
schedules.
guy's called- they
because
call
you
him
think that
Crash
you're
Daddy.
potentially going to get hired.
I thought the other guy was Crash Daddy.
Again, I prescribed our normal operating procedure. I had no idea how it was going to work moving forward, which is why ultimately, immediately after that phone call, I contacted the Department of Justice to get clarification on that.
We'll get to that, but I'm asking you specifically, why were you talking about fees and scheduling and being paid at that point?
I'm going to allow it.
Again, because Mr. Jackson was interested, I believe, in calling us to testify at trial. So I explained to us the normal process, when a client reaches out and wants to engage us for trial testimony, that's typically, again, the procedure that we prescribe at ARCA. So that's why I had that explanation to him.
So you were talking to him about details about potentially being hired.
Yes.
Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know about being hired. I think, again, him utilizing us in the trial as expert witnesses.
Well, what's the difference between him utilizing you and paying you for that utilization and him actually hiring you? What's the difference in your mind?
Well,
I think there is a difference because ultimately, after I got clarification from the Department of Justice, they indicated that they could not, the defense that is, sign any type of contract. There could not be any type of agreement or retainer.
why? Because the Department of Justice had hired him for this information, and now they need it for this investigation. It's part of another investigation that's involving the Department of Justice. Wonder why?
What's your
Why?
point? What's your point?
The federal investigation into all of this. There is an investigation, but who's part of that? Who are they claiming killed him? That is why they can't give up state secrets. These people are deep undercover officials, officers. Higgins was a deep undercover U.S. Marshal working as a special agent with the ATF. I'm just saying.
And the mom was too.
Shut up. You're just a smart aleck. You know that? Anyway.
I'm not asking what you determined later. I'm talking about the conversation you had on March 20th, 2022.
What are you tapping
to
the
Attorney
thing?
Jackson. That's what I'm
No,
talking
that was
about,
on the
okay?
video.
Understand?
I don't know that I understand your question then.
Okay.
So after
When
this,
you had a conversation on March 20th, 2022 with Attorney Jackson,
He's a golden
you discussed
asshole.
potentially being hired.
He's
paid,
I
compensated
hate your
by Attorney Jackson
Not a
or the
smart
defense
aleck.
for this case, didn't you?
We did, like I said, I did explain to him our typical operating procedure when a client reaches out for trial testimony. I went over that with him, yes.
I'm not talking about a client, I'm talking about this client. Did you talk about them potentially hiring or retaining you for work in this case? That's the question I'm asking you. On March 20th, 2022, not the 22nd, not the 24th, March 20th, 2024, did you speak to Attorney Jackson about them potentially retaining or hiring you for this case?
I spoke to him like I speak to any other client that would be interested in calling us as a witness.
sure, yeah. That's what I'd say. All right, now you know what we need to do. We need to have an intermission because I got a bathroom, and I really want to show you guys my elevator music fan. This is like one of the last scenes.
Blades.
Blades. His name's Blade. Yes. We've named the fan Blades. And she got it. Okay, here we go. Have it. Hey, it's a 3 minute and 20 seconds. Go refill your drink and go to the bathroom, get a smoke, whatever. Blades will take the show for about 3 minutes, 20 seconds. I'll see you in a little bit, okay? you just love it? He's probably not back yet, but that's okay. We've got plenty more. Plenty more. Let's see. Let me get the. Would you say? Hold on. Did I just? Oh, you know what I want to do is pull up this one. There you go. Let's go like that. I had all kinds of these videos, you guys. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh no! They
you
didn't all get
happy about the
uploaded.
clasp?
Uh-oh. Houston. I didn't upload them all. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Shoot! That's okay. We got plenty more where that came from. Okay, so this next video. So we just heard from the ARCA guy, right? That guy. Let me get to the right. I'm in the wrong. I changed folders, so I messed up. Hold on. Let me get back to my Karen Reed folder.
Arca and the voir dire.
The voir dire. Yeah. So that was that 3-minute video we just watched. Oh, this one was funny because he just freaking lost his mind after a minute. I don't think I played this one, but he was like,
I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That old invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolf.
yeah.
Okay? So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCA to then forward it, wouldn't you?
Going to allow it. Is that true?
Yes. I keep track of my time so that my boss knows what I'm doing. Yes.
Okay.
He starts being a smartass back.
Who asked me that? Yes. Come on over.
It's like, it's so funny because he's just like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me with this crap. She changed her underwear and now we are in the wrong trousers. What are you talking about? What? Anyways.
No brown pants.
Now, so I have all these other videos that we don't really. Oh, those brown pants, yeah. You said I was in the wrong box. Oh my God. Oh my God. Stop with the box. You know what? Anyways, let's go to Welcher. So wait, let me just see what I've got here. These ones you don't. Oh, this guy.
Welcher or Rentschler?
Well, let's go to Welcher because this is the prosecution's case.
No, it isn't.
You know what? While you guys watch this, I'm gonna excuse myself. I'm gonna play this video. You know what? Hit your state. You can unmute yourself if you want to during this video. I'm gonna mute myself because we're gonna do a live.
Oh my God, you're gonna reenact the crime?
Yes, I'm going to reenact Welcher and his thoughts.
How are you going to show us?
I'm going to show you. I got to get it set up.
All right.
So I got to get a tray or something. All right. Or let's see if I'm going to make a huge freaking mess. I already know it, but we're doing it. I'm excited. Okay. All right. Let's pull. This is not the one I want. We're going to go to Welcher's. Actually. Here it is. All right, here you go. The no X-ray guy. I hope I cut this the right way.
No, but I've distributed it over a larger area, so for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress. So if you hit a broad surface like a taillight or a wall like this, it takes much more force than if I were to take a singular small round object and jam it into the hand. That hurts. This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me. For not a pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of 6,000 pounds, Is there any part of the back of the Lexus in any manner where you can get a break to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay. So probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
So you're taking the totality of the back of it? Like if you got it stuck in the bumper? Potentially, yeah. But from a taillight or a broad flat surface? No.
I'm not asking about a taillight. Any part of the back of an SUV, you agree that it is probable that you can get a break of the hand bones from just 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Your question is incomplete, right? You said any part of the back, but then you wanted me to not include taillights or not include the rear body panel. If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates much more of a narrow contact. So force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressures. And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger area, the number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger, so your contact pressure drops. So hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing a fracture than hitting flat against the tail light.
Okay, what we're going to do to make this more efficient, excuse me, sorry. Mr. Wilk, can you pull up a slide from Mr. Wilk's, or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please? The back hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
Sure. Do you know what number, though, Mr. Leslie?
Mr. Wilk does, and
And
I
then
know
he'll
you
tell
need it,
us.
so he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I look here?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide.
Oh, sure.
Here
Yeah.
instead of just up there.
Gina is covering herself with body paint right now. Is what we're waiting for.
Do you have one of just the rear gate? The one measuring the height, maybe? There we go. Thank you. Okay, this is your slide presentation.
Do you hear it?
Is there any part
Yes.
of the back of the Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit it, 300 to 400 pounds of force could break it? Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plates, above the license
I mean, drunk people bounce. Everyone knows that.
would be concentrated? Anything you see there could 300 to 400 pounds of
Drunk
force.
people don't bounce.
Contacting at any
Yes,
of
they
those
do.
points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand.
So, I don't know how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where the 2 is on the license plate,
Yes.
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L of for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
No, it's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the car.
Is there any other part other than the license plate that the force applied, you would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand?
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and potentially if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right, so now let's go from 300 to 400. Let's go to the 2188, which is your number. Use 2188.
I mean, this kind of shit with Fury just zones out, I think.
Force, you could have a fracture of the hand
Well,
on that.
what happened
Just to be clear,
with this
2188
guy?
is the number I calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did. I understand, but
When I was watching it,
Oh my God.
oh my God, nails on a chalkboard. I'm so sorry.
2188
Holy
could
shit.
cause a fracture.
You
of
just
the
lost every viewer.
So that is a forearm fracture I thought we were talking about because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to hear my theory?
What's your theory?
I'll take any part.
So
of
you
the
know
right
their
arm,
bill,
the
right?
hand, the forearm. Is there any part
Their
that could
build?
cause a fracture?
Aperture's built.
Yeah, the $440,000.
Yeah. Do you know why I think it's that high?
Because all these players are getting paid.
No.
They're getting their
Yes.
cut.
Yes.
Kickback.
No.
Yep.
So that
I
transition
think
between the
they
two
spent
body
all that
panels,
money
Yes.
trying to
pretend
do a
do it.
crash
That's back where the
test
reverse
It
lights
didn't
are.
work.
I'd have to look
that
at whether
showed you
that would
could
take it
get
before
those
breaking the
injuries
plastic.
in a crash,
then,
and they weren't able to do it.
Again,
And they
maybe
couldn't
if
do
you
it
use
because
exhaust
it's
pipes as
not possible because it's
Well,
much
I'm not
narrow
saying it's not
loading
possible. I'm
conditions.
saying they
It's not,
couldn't.
I'm saying it's not possible.
Well, I know. I'm not.
tail lamp.
But I think that's
Suppose
how
if
they
you
spent all
had
that
just
money.
your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
I love reading the chat. I swear to God, it's super funny.
For the hand, no.
Someone's using newtons in chat.
But you did it for the head, correct?
Correct.
This fucking
That I'm
guy.
able to quantify.
Mr. Alessi, that was
Ale-
708. I just want to
I'm
keep
sorry,
it
Your
record.
Honor. Yes, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
We're going to be here forever. Oh my God, it's funny.
So are you covered in blue paint right now?
No, I got it set up. You guys are going to watch this. Oh, you know what?
You are aware, Dr.
Actually-
Welcher, that
Oh,
Mr. O'Keefe
boy.
suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
Why am I here?
I started going
There were no
2
fractures
times.
noted in the autopsy report, but they didn't
Oh,
actually X-ray
it
from
sounded
the
like
records
that.
I've seen either his hand or his arm. So there was, at least according to the autopsy report, no overt fractures. But the X-rays I saw, none of them were on the arm, and the autopsy report said no sternum, spine. I think it said torso. They didn't say that there were no fractures there.
Was there any evidence in the medical records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No.
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't X-rayed. Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't X-rayed. Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't X-rayed.
Is there any indication in any medical records
There's
in
no
the autopsy
X-ray?
that you say you reviewed
You hear
of
what he
any
said?
fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes.
other than the occipital bone or the skull?
There's a couple bones in the skull that are fractured, but other than the skull, no.
Correct.
And they didn't send him the what do you call them, the x-rays. So okay, so what I have here, you guys, I just so happen to have this. Hope this works. Oh shit. Oh, I probably had to make that bigger. Oh, I gotta make that bigger. Hold on. We're gonna make this really big. We're gonna make. So you know what this is? I had what do you call it? One of the my arm was all messed up, and so I had to put this stuff underneath it to make the brace that they made for me more comfortable. So we're
The
just
hell
gonna
is it?
make.
Is it like something a goth girl would put like on her arms?
No. Well, you know what? Probably. You're right. I've never been goth. I don't know. Yeah.
Where's
No.
Silent? We have to ask Silent.
Well, not that it's yuck. It's just not me, you know?
Goth
Okay.
approved.
Okay. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to make this bugger. Let's see. I got paper here. What we're going to do with the paper. We're going to figure this out. My ears! Oh my God! I'm gonna get an extension cord because I freaking. Hold on. Stand by one.
Are you in a Sally port right now?
I am not, but I think I have an extension. I do have an extension cord. I knew I had one. I put it up here. I was like, I need an extension cord for my stupid earbud. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
What did I do?
Oh my God.
Well, I had some paper, but I don't know what the hell I did with it.
Are you
Not
actually
this
gonna roll
paper.
the
All right,
car out
all
yourself?
right, hold on. Let me grab some more. Hold on. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna just grab.
Kind of
Oh,
worried like a car is actually
there
going to
you
be rolled.
I need to get like cordless. Okay, here we go. Okay. So we're gonna stuff this paper towel inside this, and this is gonna be the arm. Okay.
A paper towel, and oh my God,
Yeah.
Elise would tear into this experiment.
Yeah. Well, whatever. This is a really good box
How
of.
about a water balloon? Try a water balloon in there.
Right. No, I had a big slab of paper. What the fuck? Oh, it's right here. Hold on. Let me grab it. It would be a little bit better, I think. We're going to use some neon colors, I think, because I think it'll show a little bit better, don't you?
Yeah, why don't you tell us what you're doing?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create an arm, okay? We're going to create a big arm, and we're going to pretend it's John's arm.
So if you ever wanted to
Or
fantasize
AR.
about
What?
a goth girl getting hit by a car, just watch Gina's stream.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're going to do this. Now, I'm going to show you this whole, him saying that the scratches line up. No, they don't. No, they don't.
All right.
They do not.
All right.
Eyes from the pits of hell. Okay? And I want to show you why. You know what? That's good. I suck at this. I probably should have made it longer, but whatever. This is what we're doing.
I mean, you should start your own consulting.
You like that? Yeah. No, this is scientific. Seriously. Don't start. I'm telling you.
How much does it weigh? It's got to weigh 10.
It don't matter. I'm going with the pattern. So, okay. So remember he had that whole thing, right?
That whole thing. That whole thing, what?
That whole
Oh boy.
light covered in paint with blue paint. But we could do all blue paint. What the my paint is jacked. Okay. But we're gonna do stripes. We're not gonna do so that you can see how the paint transfers, not just one big. Oh, this is some old ass paint.
What is this? Pride colors? What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, these are neon colors that I have.
No, looks like you're doing a pride flag.
Wait, hold on. So, I wish that I had this a different way, but I'm going to do this like this.
So are you going to go take that out into traffic? And
Oh, no, what I'm going to do, hold on, let me see if I can. I'm going to try to angle my camera down a little bit better if I can. Okay, so let me close this door. There we go. Okay, so we've got the paint. Where's my brush? I grabbed a couple brushes.
So where's the arm?
Oh. Everything I grabbed, what the hell did I do with? That's okay. We'll use this. So, what's the shape of that stupid thing? Whatever. It was like an L shape. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like this. We're going to make stripes. Instead of just all blue, we're going to do stripes. And the reason we're going to do stripes is to show how it transfers, how he's saying the scrapes were happening.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is how we got to do it. That way, there's no.
So this is supposed to represent the tail light of a Lexus.
Correct. We're just going to put 4 lines that way of this color and shit, I don't have a clean. Oh, hopefully we can.
You sure it's not a transgender pride flag?
Yeah.
Because
And
I'm
then
pretty sure
we're going to
pink and
put
blue is their
pink
whole thing.
right in the reason that I'm doing it like this is so that, because instead of one big blue blob and not understanding what direction, it just doesn't make any fucking sense, right? To me,
I mean, sure.
you would think, okay, so all of the fucking, he said that they're all going the same direction, right? They're all going the same direction, every freaking time, but he had his arm bent like this, remember? He had his arm bent like this. So we're going to go ahead and put that on there. That's how it hit straight on, is what he was basically saying. Arm extended, arm bent, arm extended. The lines will be going this way and this way, not all the same direction like he showed with his stupid little thing. It was all blue. Well, yeah, if I did that, right? Just say that this is that arm at this. If I did that, oh, sorry, if this was all fucking blue, if I just did all freaking whatever, purple, whatever color I got here, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So you take that and you put it all in one like that, right? It's all, oh, I fucked up because I already did that. But it's going to be all blue. You're not going to see what direction. But when you do this, you can see what direction that paint is. And when you extend that arm out, you can clearly see that the lines are going to be in a different direction. Now, it's not fucking rocket science, but it is science.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
Can you put a happy little tree in the middle?
Like the top of a tree, like your balloon knot there?
So there was actually an actual part of that last guy's testimony was to demonstrate that.
Did you like that demonstration? Because
Yes,
it's like,
it was wonderful. But did you see his 3D recreation of to demonstrate what you just tried to demonstrate?
what he, yeah. Did we all see that?
No, you're not listening to me.
I did see his demonstration.
Who?
You're talking about Welcher, right?
No, it's listen. You're not listening.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry. Who are you
last
talking about?
guy who testified for the defense, Dr. Rentschler.
Oh, Rentschler.
He did a 3D recreation to demonstrate what you're saying, that if your arm is bent and you get something
He said
dragged
he-
across. Listen, did you watch that? Because you don't seem to recall seeing this demonstration that it effectively is tried to do the same thing you tried to do, to show that if you dragged like an irregular surface across someone's arm while it's bent, and then you extend it, the abrasions are one way on the upper arm and a different way
Right.
on the lower arm.
That.
Did
And
you
it's
watch?
like,
Did
but
you watch
Welcher
that?
seems to believe that people are so stupid.
Did you watch that though? You're not
Yes, I
answering.
did. Yes, I
Okay.
did. I did.
All right.
But I said it way before he got it.
Okay. Well, he's still the very last witness.
Yeah.
He was the anchor man.
Yes.
And then they gave him a ham sandwich.
Just
They
got
gave
done
my-
working at the casino.
They gave him a ham sandwich after this trial too.
Viper's being a smartass in the chat. Do you see that?
Oh,
Viper. He's over on Twitch. He's being a smart aleck. It's a
who?
good thing you don't see it. Anyways, okay. So let's hey, let's what do we got here? Oh, this is we don't need to see this part. This one's stupid. Hold on, we don't need that one. Let me find the right. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, we're not watching that
I
either.
mean, your viewers went way up on Rumble ever since you used body paint. So
Ever since the paint.
now I started saying body paint, and I think it got caught into some algorithm, and like the viewers went
Body
way up.
paint. Oh yeah, dirty. Okay. You went okay. No, it wasn't that kind of body paint. But you know what? What is this one? Okay, I don't know what this video is, but let's watch it.
Forces applied to that dummy that
Why is it so tiny?
I don't know.
perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle. What would happen to the dummy?
Really touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular?
What would happen if force were applied? Maybe I don't know what this one is. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, remember this guy when
No.
he? Oh, this right here. This is what I wanted to see. This one's funny. Look at this one. He spins around. If it loads, oh my gosh, it's making me mad.
Yeah, he's
but
gonna spin around like you're buffering.
Why am I buffering so much? It's pissing me off. What's that about?
How many tacos did you eat? That might be. it.
I'm gonna close that. Let me see. Shoot, I still haven't even gotten to the Tim Waltz thing.
Oh my god.
We're almost done with this.
We're not almost done with this.
You're right. We're not. We're got. Look. You know what? Listen. Let's get to.
I mean, we still have to go on record.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. DeSogra. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew DeSogra, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction, and within that field,
Now
I
this
specialize in analysis,
prosecution
interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial
muted me.
investigation
I've been
phases.
corrected.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
All the way through testimony, like here today.
As a
Some of the
defense
specialties within
witness,
that could
not
be
a
things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
So we didn't even talk about that. Here it is.
Talk about
Really
what?
touching.
What would happen?
Dang it! That still didn't work. Never mind. We didn't talk about the. Wait, what? What was the question? I'm sorry, I was looking at something and doing something. at the
Wow,
same time.
you'd be a great witness.
I'm terrible. Okay, so now here's his next one. His next thing. You know what? He starts getting, because like, I don't know if you noticed, but the judge was kind of biased.
Everyone says it. I think she was just annoyed, but almost all the objections were for the way it was phrased, and all they had to do was reword it. It's
How do
like-
you know, I enjoyed watching the prosecution witnesses address the jury and look at the jury. And this guy was a little animated. You can watch.
In time, right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive, or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you
So
determine?
you realize what he's saying here?
Based on the initial reports,
yes,
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher.
So he's using
In
his
the
phone after she
PowerPoint
backed
as a whole,
up.
all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively.
Every scenario
from
he
Dr.
did.
Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Are you muted?
Let's go to slide 6, please.
I muted you, but if you don't want to.
Tell me about this
Yeah.
slide.
Yeah, so this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about.
muting me.
That was, and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original
there
report.
you are.
And to
You
summarize
keep
this adjustment,
muting
this is a
me.
key on timing adjustment, and we're going to show that the
I made
key on,
several
the actual
funny
turning of the vehicle on,
comments.
occurs about 3 seconds before that time
Oh,
gets
shit.
registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
Oh, shoot.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be a push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the
He's a very nice man with good hygiene.
that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the conclusion came from in Mr.
It came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3-second delay, or could that be different?
It could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus. But without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3, and then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only
Me, I
testing
think
one
jury
and not
just
testing
kind
the
of
subject vehicle,
their eyes
it is
glaze
difficult to say
over and they
with absolute
don't really
certainty
pick
it
up
would be
on
3
what it
seconds.
is.
What is your opinion about?
I mean, couldn't you just
best
like
practices
rent one of these
with regard
vehicles
to trying to create this
for like
for purposes of
turning on and off?
opinion or analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as
I
conservative
mean,
as
he
possible.
ties a mean
Did
wins
your
or
review of
not.
Mr. Burgess' report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7.
Is an excerpt
guess I didn't
from Mr.
pay
Burgess's,
attention.
Original report.
The 3-second delay was noted in his report.
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds
Nope.
in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report?
Aha!
Aha! Dun, dun, dun.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report
I wish
the
a
reason
lawyer would do that.
that
That'd be
he did
so
not apply the 3-second correction?
He did
No,
not.
I would.
When you do apply the
We're
3
I'd
just
probably do it
back
as
to
a
the
witness.
judge and he reached his word count for the
26
boss.
seconds from the end of the recording.
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
Listen to
Then it has to
this.
grow to a positive 34 seconds.
The trigger event
This is
and
where it
what?
gets good.
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask it differently.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Dude is hot. I'm just saying.
Say that about every guy.
Not really. I mean, say that about Dr. Welcher. That's for sure. Anyways, yeah, remember, and then he starts getting into. She's like, sustained objection. You know, freaking what's his name? Freaking Brennan's just freaking.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis,
watch his face.
Would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Objection. Sustained.
He looks at the jury watch.
Don't break the fourth wall.
Just silence there, and he's just like, what am I supposed to do? So this I put together, I think, a while
Went
ago.
over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better
You
location
literally
record.
think that means he moved
I
from
chose to
fourth
not
to
show
fifth
the
wall.
accuracy radius
Yes,
circle
that was
on this
down the
image,
road. It was up-
just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Oh my God! She just
Was-
sustained an objection.
The
for
circle,
defense?
did it
She
include
never
low
did that
frequency
both
data?
days. Literally,
No,
what she
this
did all-
circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
Whatever.
The fact that
I'm over
the
here saying
center dots are
whatever.
in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
Yes.
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible
Thank
to
you.
tell?
It's impossible to tell at this
Within that
level of
circle.
detail
He
anyway.
said it
Are
could
all
indicate
these dots
movement.
given
Look at all that wonderful
the,
places he put
No,
on the
these were
circle.
range,
these
10
were
all the
meters
the
around it?
best
Are all these
readings of
dots
the night.
Look,
and all
look
these
at
They-
all
readings
those
of the
testified
high
to.
frequency data that you
Look
You're
at
not
all
even-
those
you didn't-
compiled
places.
for that night, are
Look
they
at
all
those places he
consistent
could've
with
gone.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going on.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
And why? Wait, I want to get this on the record too. Why don't you trust that guy? Tell me.
Listen,
Tell me the reason why you didn't trust the last expert witness.
Ian, I don't. Not that I don't trust him. I think that he didn't give us all the information that he actually had
No.
because he wasn't allowed to.
You told me you
Because he
didn't
wasn't
trust-
hired by the state, or he wasn't hired by the prosecution. He was also hired by the Department of Justice.
You told me you did not trust him, and there was a specific
don't.
reason why you didn't trust him.
Because he's not telling us everything.
No, that's
Well, that's what I think. And maybe
what
he
you-
is dirty. Wait, does if it's a portion of if it's an offshoot from Aperture, he's dirty.
I'm going to tell you what you said, and you can
But
admit
I
it or you
don't
can
think
deny.
that he does. I think he works for Cellbrite, which is not affiliated with anybody. But why use somebody overseas? You know what I mean?
Are you ready to listen? I'm going to tell you what you told me, and you can either deny it or confirm it.
Okay.
You said you did
I
not
probably said
trust,
it.
you did not trust that guy because he has an accent.
Yeah.
See?
Dirty. They're trying to persuade me with some, guy with an accent. No, thank you. I'm good.
So you're admitting that's what you said.
I probably did say it. I must have had one or two more drinks in me, but yeah, I had paint all over me. Look at
What do you want me to trust a guy with an accent?
that.
Oh, hopefully you're never.
Looks
on
like
the
Steve
street.
Carell. Wide Windsor, no life. What? What? Okay, so let's see. What was the next one? Okay, so wait, what's this one?
So you don't trust Crocodile Dundee either.
What'd
You
you
think it
say?
is a knife?
What? What do you mean? What? Hey, listen. I'm trying to find the next video, and my computer is like frozen. My screen is frozen. So so I'm kind of like, what do I need to close? Now, I suppose I could close my OBS.
Your screen is frozen.
Yeah, no, see, look at it, won't move. Hold on, wait, see, look at
I mean,
that. Hold on.
stuff's moving around, and I saw what you just had up there.
Yeah, well, but this. Hold on, I'm gonna hit stop sharing. There we go. Now, oh, look at that. Okay, present, share screen. It's this tab. Okay, here we go. This is will it not do that?
What are you trying to do?
Do you see that?
I saw you bring up a
I'm trying to-
picture of the witnesses.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
The witnesses, but the people testifying.
I'm trying to click on it and it won't click. You see, it won't go up and down. It's
Oh, we don't get to see Dog Bite Lady talk.
Oh, dude, I got the best clip ever. Oh, I got an idea. I know. I can stop sharing. I actually have that next clip. I think I already uploaded it. So, there it is.
Significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
Any memory issues?
What? As soon as he said it, I was like, oh! And she did the same thing. Everybody was like gasping.
She literally, every time she's testified, her story has changed.
Every
Just
time.
saying.
She's only testified once. Shut up.
No, there's including the voir dires. Each time she's said different things, but they're dog bites, they're dog scratches, they're a combination of dog bites and dog
Because
scratches.
they're both.
Well, she did not say that. She said they
Oh
are
my
all.
God. Are you one of them?
She literally changed completely from saying
when it's
they
something
were.
like that, you
What?
need to use common sense, hate your state. And
She
you're
literally-
not.
That's
You're
a
not.
fucking
When
thing.
you do stuff like that and you nitpick shit like that,
That
we
is
can do
not
that
nitpick.
shit all day with Jen McCabe.
He
We can do
asked
that
her
shit
what
all
they
day
are,
with
and she
Carrie.
said they're all dog scratches.
What?
That is not nitpicking. If someone asks you a direct question, are they dog bites or dog scratches? You said they're all dog scratches. And then the next time they're all dog bites. That is not a fucking nitpick. That
No,
explain to me
what
how
you're
that's a
doing,
nitpick.
what you're doing is exactly what Brennan was doing.
Pointing out that she changed her story completely.
This is the first time she
You didn't
has
watch
ever testified in a case. She's new to this. She doesn't realize that. So you
Oh
need
my God.
the words that were being used were
Okay. Okay. Stop
you know what?
talking.
We could sit here and watch her whole testimony.
No, just go through this
No,
basic fucking exercise with me.
You're misrepresenting it.
I'll-
And
I'm not misrepresenting anything. I watched the first case and I watched the
Well, I
video,
didn't watch the
and I
first
watched
case.
the second case.
I didn't want to be all,
They
I
asked
didn't
you-
want to be corrupted by it. I did see the Higgins, and I think Brian Albert Sr.'s testimony, and I watched that kind of stuff. But
Experts are very careful with their words.
I forgot to get the
Way to
Ally
gasp.
McCabe
You
clip,
just
didn't
gave-
I?
You just gave the dog bite gasp. That was good. Why did you gasp?
Okay, so I have no idea why that's not.
She literally changed her story completely. She interjected herself into this fucking case completely. Hey, I'm a dog.
Dude, she knew. Look, these
Yeah,
kind of people
okay.
run in the same circles. Okay, so how many people have
So-
this kind of experience? There's a small group of people. They
So
know
listen-
each other.
listen
They're
to-
freaking. That's what
Well,
was to collect dog bite.
if you interject yourself into someone and someone asks you, did you interject yourself into this? No, I didn't interject. That that
she
erodes
must-
your credibility.
Oh my God. I
Just fucking
You know
say
what?
it.
She's
Yeah.
not the only person to have done that on even on the prosecution side.
You are just like bending over backwards to be like everything.
No, this one.
are.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The one lady who's testified hundreds, probably thousands of times, okay? The medical examiner, she chooses not to be a dog bite expert, but she chose this lady to be the dog bite expert. Why? Huh? Tell me, riddle me that one, Hate Your State. How about that?
Here's 7 injuries. Is this a dog bite? I can't tell. 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 Well, what about all? It's definitely a dog bite.
The way you're representing it is not correct.
That's
Because
literally what
she
happened.
said they're groupings. When you look at them individually, you have to look at them
There should be at
together,
least one
and-
fucking grouping that you
and
could
you
say
can
that's a
see
dog
where
bite.
the groupings are. And
Or a
so you
dog
can
scratch.
clearly see. It's
In the
not
first
rocket
trial,
science.
there were dog bites.
You know
In
what?
the second trial, there were
Hey,
dog scratches.
You know what?
Oh,
You know what?
she is so annoying.
You know what? Let's continue. We're almost done. In fact,
No, there was like 14
Oh,
clips
yeah.
after that.
Oh no.
The best shit was the ones I sent you.
Hold on. Wait, did we watch this one with Welcher? Ugh, it's like 12 minutes, and that's the one where he was doing the actual video footage, the video footage of him.
Play the Wrenchler ones. Those were the spiciest.
Oh, I know, but I kind of want to lead up to that one.
All right. Well,
Play
you
my
said we're gonna
Flash
stop.
Daddy one. Hold on.
Don't play any dog bite lady ones. I can't stand her. Well, you played the good one where she gasps.
Right. Okay. So here we go.
I like the other lady who couldn't breathe. She was okay.
Oh, she's an old lady.
I'm just
They're
saying.
making
she
her
couldn't
walk.
breathe.
I freaking did get. I was getting tired watching her.
It was
Yeah.
obviously she has some
no.
breathing issue, but no, she was normal. The dog bite lady's insane.
Well, anyways, okay. I gotta pull it up. Oh, I have it right here. I'm sorry. It is going to be. It is that. Okay. Here it is.
I mean, they probably didn't even give the dog bite lady a ham sandwich.
Claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself.
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
Here's the sirens. So he's like, was there any, what did he say? Is there any glass inside the tail light? Is it made up of glass?
The
The sirens start going. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take my time. He takes a sip of his freaking Stanley cup. Who knows?
Is that what this whole clip is about? Just because you like this
May I ask that
guy?
again?
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any
Dun,
sheet of
dun.
glass anywhere on the
What's the
Lexus?
point of this clip?
Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
What about the bulb?
Claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself.
What was the point of that clip? Explain that, Gina.
I recall.
Well, that there was glass found on the bumper, but it was glass. That glass that was found on the bumper was from a glass that was supposedly found, was it a month later?
How do you say glass?
Glass?
Oh, it sounded like you were saying glass.
Glass, yeah, glass. Which are usually, but high end, okay, wait, what did you say? The envelope of the bulb is possibly, and sometimes glass. No, they tested the glass. There's forensic testing on the glass here. But high end cars usually have LEDs. Yeah, they said basically if this thing's broken, it's not even going to illuminate the way that it's designed. And so I found that very interesting as well.
Paul, there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the significance of that?
Okay, so we just watched this one. But the
Yeah,
next one,
and
so
it
let
didn't
me
make
find
any
it.
sense.
It does make sense.
I think you just clipped it because you like that guy.
Yes. Oh, you know what? I did. I actually had that whole clip with the chat on there. And you should see when I ain't even gonna pull it up. But there is another video. This one here, and I don't know if it's gonna share. Because it's not. Oh my god. It's because I've shared so much. Let me see if I have it uploaded. Nope. Wait. All right, you know what? Let's do Wrenchler.
Wrenchler, that was the
your guy.
Spiciest of moments.
Nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned. If they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle.
You unmuted?
So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
See, Delta V wins or not puts this guy to shame.
When he's like, yeah, it doesn't make a right turn and just suddenly, that's just now, it doesn't happen like that.
It was like JFK.
It was funny as ew.
I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Exactly. It's not rocket science. You know what I'm saying? It's if
I mean,
it doesn't
what
matter
about
how many
your
pieces
debris?
are found. If the car didn't hit him, like they're saying, at 24 miles an hour, backing up, hitting him so hard that the freaking visor hits him in the head. No. The way I actually have testimony of Welcher saying that it was about the 5'11" mark or so where the spoiler for her car is. Yeah.
Well, it is, but like that's that's
Okay.
just
So that's where that is. And so now measure from that to where that tail light is. That's exactly where he was at with all those. Come on, man. And then if it did hit him at that speed, he would have had some bruise. No bruise.
He's just drunk. Drunk people are like water balloons.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. The
Water
freaking-
balloon nuts.
You balloon. Here, look.
In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that. You're on this.
Look at him walk. Look at the.
In your view, was there
I
evidence
always look at the jury
of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Keep doing it. Look at the way he looks at the jury. So funny.
In your opinion, were any of
I
the
try to
injuries
find like the women
you
in the
saw
jury and kind of like
suffered
make
by
eye
John
contact
O'Keefe
with them.
consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you.
Crap. I don't know if I got the ham sandwich one up here. I don't know if I uploaded the ham sandwich. Hold on, I gotta.
Doctor,
upload
you
the
just said that you do not believe that there was a fender vault collision. Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
I love that he said that. It was perfect. Now, I don't know if I showed this. I think I showed this.
Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear tail light.
Of what?
The Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the tail light the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Wolk? With the court's permission, could we zoom in on the right rear tail light, please?
Okay.
You know, this
Do
guy
you
was
see the condition
debunked.
of that tail light?
No, he wasn't.
Depicted in
Oh my
this
God, they
photo?
showed him something
I do.
that directly contradicted
Sergeant
what he
Barrows,
meant.
No.
is this the condition of the right rear tail light when you showed up at the Reed
Such a liar. You're just saying that.
It's literally,
in the
yeah.
afternoon on January 29th, 2020?
Prove it.
Absolutely
Show
not.
me the money.
What's different
Pictures
about
or it
this
didn't
photo,
happen.
sir?
Video or it didn't happen.
That tail light is completely smashed out.
I watched the case. You just blacked it out.
Does it appear that there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw it at the Reed residence? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
You see, he was nodding yes. You see that he's nodding yes, and he couldn't answer it.
I don't think he's lying.
He's not lying,
Difference in
and
his
he
memory.
knows what.
No, he was literally debunked and it's proven that he.
No, he what? Show me where?
No.
I didn't see that.
Happened
I don't know
before-
what you watched, but that's not what I got.
Literally happened during the
I mean,
cross-examination.
No.
It happened when you went out to get tacos. It literally debunked. It was the same thing with Devers. She swore she remembered something, and then it was like the video proof that it wasn't that way. The same thing happened with this guy. It's easy. No one, like, oh, I'm just doing my everyday shit. You don't memorize everything around you. And then you come out, and people ask you questions, and you're like, answer them one way, and then a memory forms that's close to what happened, but not exactly true. Or the sequence gets messed up. It's like, it seems, yeah, that's your memory. You're not lying about it, but it's not what actually happened.
Okay, I have to stop sharing in order for me. I like, for some reason, I cannot.
Like when I remember this stream, like, oh, tomorrow I'll be like, oh, remember that stream? I'll remember like I had fun. And that's not the way it happened.
You know what? I'll remember that I couldn't find the ham sandwich freaking video, and that was like the most funniest video there was. And I feel like I need to.
I sent you like 4 super spicy things for you to clip, and you just ignored them. That's what I'm.
No, I did not, dude. You know what? In fact, let's take a little break from that. You know what? This is the one you're talking about. This is the spicy clip, because
they're not clips. I just sent you the thing timestamped to where the thing begins, but I didn't end it. Like it just keeps going. It's like from the whole thing.
oh, I thought you were talking about that Citizen Free Press article.
No, not that. That's
I gotta play that
literally
later.
that's the only thing you fucking watch. You ignored everything before.
No, I did not. Oh,
Obviously it is.
no, that's not true. No, that's not true. I watched all of it and I respond to all of it.
No, you did not respond to any of them.
What are you talking about? Did I see it?
Sent you 4 time-stamped clips and you said nothing.
What? That's not true. Was that when? Today?
See, you created a false memory. Before the Tim Waltz thing, I sent you 4 spicy Welcher clips. Do you even remember where he's like, oh, is there something funny? And he's like, no, there isn't something funny. I had to search for like 20 minutes to find that one because I remembered it happened and then I had to go back and find it.
You sure I didn't download it? Did I download it? I can't get into my Google thingy.
I told you that I did not create clips. All I did was timestamp from the stream.
Dude.
Start where the
I got the freaking
good part starts.
great moments in the closing arguments too.
So apologize and admit you didn't watch any of them.
That's not true. I won't admit that. That's not true.
Well, you didn't respond to any of them.
Oh no!
You just claimed you did.
Oh my God! Shut up. That's a lie.
Your Honor, I'd like it entered
What?
into the record.
Okay, this. Oh wait, I sent you that. That. Yeah. No, this one I seen this. Yeah.
What?
This
What do you
clip.
mean this?
Oh shit.
This what?
Hold on. I'll pull it up. Hold on. No thanks. Hold on. I found it. I found it.
Found what? I sent 4 of them.
One of the one of Wrenchler.
We'll see.
Yeah, no, I watched this one.
Which one?
I'm gonna show you right. Oh, what did I just do? Oh my God. Oops. Present. Here it is, right here.
You did. The plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
No, it's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
Yeah, you can end.
When you
can
did
end it
your
now.
experiments, the
That's
sizes
the spicy part.
of
No. Remember the part where he freaking talks about admonishing him?
Well, that does happen at some point, yeah. But that's the part.
I have that clip too.
Yeah, I know.
plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
The funny part is when he starts questioning him, it blows up the entire case. Listen to this.
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please? Were you ever under the impression?
I love that he was just held his own. He was just like, did you read? I don't know what this chat was saying, but everybody could see that this guy was looking directly. Often he would look directly at the jury whenever he was trying to explain something and make basically Brennan look like an idiot. Because Brennan, when he started questioning towards the end, he just wouldn't shut up. He just needed to stop questioning this guy because he just ruined his whole case. I don't know if you've seen what I've seen, but it was ridiculous. It was crazy.
Go to the first Rentschler one I sent.
Okay.
Is there something funny? I've seen that so many times. Anytime a witness laughs, when it's not on the same side, the lawyer always goes, "Is there something funny?" It's normal to laugh in stressful situations, you know. Obviously, no one thinks anything's funny.
Right.
But
Well,
always,
we just played that, but we'll play.
I'm
Is
just
that what
saying,
this-
like every time it happens, I've seen so many cases where like a witness laughs because it's a stressful type of thing. If something weird happens, it's not unusual to laugh, and then the lawyer always loves to jump on it. Like, is there something funny about
I know.
My detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is
see what they're
trying to
doing? You see what they're looking at?
Look at
Each other
crazy
going,
eyes.
why is he saying these
Look
things?
at crazy eyes.
This is because
Hey.
he's talking about Dr. Welcher, his own witness.
Yeah, but look at those eyes. I think
There,
that
because they
might
know
convince you
he's
she's
ruining
guilty.
his case right now.
I mean, but it also might make you think Karen Reed's guilty.
No, it's funny. They're like trying not to fucking laugh. Everybody in chat was saying the same thing. What's this guy doing? Brennan is an idiot. Oh my God, it was crazy.
present the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that. Is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
See, that was pretty.
When you do crash tests, you have a controlled environment
Wait,
in some
what?
respects, don't you?
I said that's pretty spicy. That's why I like these exchanges between a good expert witness and when they get a little.
It's so crazy because he's questioning him and he basically just says Dr. Welcher. He basically
It's basically, well, if that wasn't the point of the experiment, what was the point of the experiment, and what was the point of the report? Because that was the only experiment in the report.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's all Welcher did for 440,000.
No, I told you what I think the real cost was for her. I think they did like 4 or 5 crash tests, and they couldn't get a good one.
You think so?
Yeah. How do you think the money?
You
how
do,
do you
yes,
think
sir.
They spent all that money.
I don't know. Maybe they bought it in bulk.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
You know what? How long was this guy on the stand? He wasn't
2
on there.
days.
Oh, is this all of his? Nope, that's where that ended. It's only.
He was the last guy to testify,
Oh wow.
but it was like a day and a half of this guy.
Yeah. This is towards the end of his.
And
Oh my God. He starts asking him these questions. He's like, it doesn't matter. None of that matters because when they showed the freaking.
yeah, there were a lot of good moments during the cross examination.
Oh my God. It was funny to watch.
It's possible, yes.
I mean, we can watch the rest of that. It's super funny. But
Wait, you haven't gotten to the spicy part of this clip.
Okay.
Is it more than possible, Doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying, in part, on Dr. Wolf's work.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, you remember those?
I do, yes.
Wait,
When
maybe,
it's on the forklift,
maybe
it
that's
does
where
not
the
allow.
$400,000 bill came in. They put the crash test dummies.
Well, Dr. Wolf, he used what's his name's data, Dr. Welcher's report. So if he's wrong, it's because that report's wrong. So he used that. That's all I'm saying. So it's so funny. He gleans this stuff out because this is everything that he just said.
Is there one more one that I sent you?
Oh yeah, there is.
I think that's
so
I think
funny.
that's the last one. I do like that. Is something funny one the best though? Is there something funny to you?
What?
Is something funny about this?
Oh really? Oh geez. Okay. What's this gonna be?
What is it?
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. Hit play.
Crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before
I
the
have,
impact?
yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
Maybe if you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
I see.
When the crash test dummy is held
I'll
by a
speak
forklift
slower.
and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the
You could
car
tell
would
at that
have
point.
on
No,
a crash
because
test
it's a dummy.
as it would a real person, does it?
At that point,
You
know,
can
it's
see
been up
if there's
there for
any
like
drag
a
because
day.
it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way.
Slower.
What? What?
He's been up there for like a day. He's starting to get irritated, and he's like, "I'll speak slower." Maybe throw in more clearly, so it didn't.
Yes,
seem-
because he's like, don't you get, why are you asking the, if you want to ask, I'll answer these questions all day long. He literally goes on to explain why it is absolutely entirely impossible that John was hit by Karen's vehicle.
Nothing is impossible.
A reasonable person would go,
That's-
yeah, no, this, no, it did.
It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move it the distance that it actually would. If there was any
Explain why.
distance, it would move it. But
Those
you can
were all
actually
my-
see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between
So are we
a
going to go on the record? Are we going to go on the record with our predictions?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if she gets convicted, then that she'll. Okay, you know what? I don't think that they will convict her. I think it'll be a hung jury again.
Hold on. You just ruined it. Like, let's take a break and then we'll come back with our predictions of what.
Okay, well then let me go think about it. Not the elevator fan. No. Okay. We'll play the intermission fan. The intermission fan. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta. We got the elevator fan again. It's a 3-minute and 20-second fan. We got, it is what it is. Hello? Oh, it's over. Oh, perfect timing. How was it, you guys? Did you like my elevator music? I just put that. I like that fan angle. It was pretty cool. I thought it was cool. I'm gonna check to see. I want to. Okay, so that was that one, that one, that one. I gotta find the right ones. Hold on, let me remove that one. Here, say you can do whatever you're doing. I'm going to look for the other videos. Oh my God. This is okay. So this, I don't know if this was actually in that other video because I was not paying close enough attention to that, but look at this.
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm loading up Welcher's fucking Blue Man Group shit. Okay, hold on. Hold on. You can find it. Present. This one. I think. Yep, there it is. Okay. Look at this one. Look at this. Look at this goofball.
From behind,
There he goes.
just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
I mean, everyone needs a hobby.
This guy. This is his. This was his. Remember?
What speed is the car traveling?
All blue.
Of course I
You
would.
can see it.
All blue.
I mean,
I just threw that thing away, so.
that's what my car looked like when I backed into a
About
smart.
2 miles
He's got a glass in his hand.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
that I
okay.
would like to-
So he's
Alright,
like,
so that's
why
what
is
it was.
he showing this? He's wearing the clothes. They had this objection about the way that he is portraying this as if to say, try to say, this is what happened.
Well, I mean, I don't see why that's a big. They dressed up their mannequin in O'Keefe clothes. Like,
Okay, while we're doing this, let's see. Where his head is, that's where that spoiler is. Is that what we're saying? Notice how they do this at they're doing it at a low angle. So when you these biomechanical engineers can take a picture and go, well, this is actually at this point, not at this point. It's an optical illusion. I took forensics for photography before.
like
so
they, like how they had a drone malfunction in the other guy's test.
Huh?
You don't remember that? It's like, oh, we don't have the camera for this one. You don't remember that?
Oh yeah, they're
Oh,
yeah, that they only had like two
Oh, no,
three
it's a-
camera
it's a
angles, or they only had two
technical-
angles.
No, like they
Yeah.
had all these angles, and then for the one test, it was like, well, we don't have that angle because the guy didn't press record. If I was like you, I'd be like, conspiracy.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint. You can see from my
Okay.
hand is here.
Like that spoiler's
This is
a little bit
from
above
the
his head there,
arm
doesn't
and
it?
forearm.
The last
Here's the
time
paint
I got
transfer
a car,
pattern.
Alexis backed into me, like it did a bunch of damage
And
to
that-
the Lexus.
There was also wasn't there like wasn't it 3 inches, the differential or whatever with the height of that, because of the tires and the whole
And
thing? So there's that too. There's a
you don't know when someone's gonna crowd. That's 2 or 3 inches up or down. It's like, okay, whatever. If it made it so that it was higher than
Now,
it's
okay, so if
possible,
it's hitting this and it's hitting this at the same flipping time,
what I'm saying is your head
Okay,
is something that's very easy to move up or down 3
okay,
inches.
how can his arm be hit right there and get those marks and then get hit in the head at the same effing time? Why does he cut that portion
Well, let's
out?
put some
Like,
blame
one
it out.
That slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Hollywood. Hey, you like that?
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus.
See the lines on John's arm. Remember what I said about the direction of those lines?
No.
Oh, stop it. Do you need me to get the arm out of the garbage can? don't get me started. I already threw it away. I just threw it away too. It's like I don't want to get this all over.
Oh, disposing of
Why do I
evidence.
have my banner up that
Holy
says right
shit.
back still? God, I
How many
always do that.
people are involved in your
Then
conspiracy?
I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's
Spooky
Lexus
bastard.
and shown how the approximate location.
Hey, is the spoiler sticking out the side like that too? Huh? Shut up.
I mean, when
Shut up.
when I'm backing into someone, I always yell out, "Spoiler alert!" That's Karen's biggest crime.
Right. Okay, let's you guys know
Of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but
did
for
you get
these to
paid
be
for your little experiment?
taillight shard fragments.
What?
How much did you get paid to do your little paint experiment?
You know what? I did that for free. Pro bono.
They would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's
On the
possible his
side.
arm was a little higher up.
Oh,
and the
how
glass
does his
hit
head?
the rear of the Lexus?
How does the spoiler hit his head? If the scuff marks are on the side of his car, on the okay.
Are you trying to talk?
I don't get it.
You're just getting to the end of your diaphragm there.
Oh, can you not hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
no,
Can
you
you-
just kinda, it's creepy, yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, listen, Linda, listen to me. Okay, seriously, this
And cause
guy
that
is a
damage?
clown.
In the bottom
He's
right.
a
I mean, it reminds me of the last time I fisted
I
a
will strike that last part about the glass.
You what? It reminds you what?
Nothing.
The purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
So was he behind or on the side?
It's-
Which is
two
it,
slides.
buddy?
So there,
Doesn't matter.
again, this is the
Doesn't matter because it's
evidence
hit him.
marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that
Humans don't make those marks.
Make what marks?
Oh my God. You see that scuff is what? An inch? At least an inch long? It's a paint transfer of sorts, or it's a scrape from them throwing a glass at it. Bunch of ding dongs. Who knows? They did
Hey,
something.
let's build a cannon that fires a glass.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, the potato cannon, which what
is
Brennan
fuck-
called it. Oh jeez.
It is weird.
No, they're like that. Have you never seen?
I mean, if I hired a consultant, the
Simulators?
last
Have you
thing
never
I would ask
heard
them
of
to
simulators
say is
before?
build me a glass cannon. That's
You know
my
what?
RPG.
They have simulators for everything when they're testing products. When you're even when they're testing jars, when people make jars, they have to have tests on the jars to break tests.
all over the map.
They
Like
have these.
anything the defense does, you think genius. But like if the defense made a fucking blue fucking paint test, you'd be like, oh, it's so genius.
Well, you know, it doesn't show the direction of anything. It just shows a big blue
If
block.
the prosecution built
painted
a
himself
fucking
blue,
cannon that
okay?
fired a drinking glass, you would be fucking mocking that until your fucking throat was sore. And admit it now.
Listen.
Admit it. Just admit it. You would.
No. What? No. What? No. No. This
Know what?
is
If the
like
if the
this is
pro-
this
if
guy
the
is a
prosecution, if the prosecution's expert built a fucking cannon that fired drinking glasses, you would be mocking that relentlessly. Just admit it. I'm not going to think any less of you.
I would actually. I'd like to see that test. I mean, yeah.
Sure.
That would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
On that slide, please.
Yes, ma'am. 118.
O'Keefe hips.
This guy, this clown.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip.
Oh, look at this.
So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide
Was
119,
there junk
with the
in the
reconstructed
trunk?
photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the
Well,
curvature.
we do
of
know
the
that
taillight.
when they actually did do the test that it at 24 or 27 miles per hour, they did it at 20 or what 19 and 27, whatever. They did a bunch.
Did 14, 19, 24, 27.
Yeah, and it shattered the back, dented the back, shattered the back window out. It was a mess, and there was no way you weren't going to get a bruise.
Unless you were drunk.
Oh my God, I can't. Yeah, no, that makes you automatically Superman. You're a man of steel then.
When's the last time
When
you
you're
got
drunk,
bruised?
you're a man of steel, and you don't get
The last
bruised
time you got
next
bruised.
day.
Like they just flop around like beans.
Ragdoll and just go with the flow.
I mean, they always
Yeah,
live.
basically, and that's exactly
They
what
always live in
Chrysler
fucking
said.
car crashes.
If you're getting backed into, you're gonna go that direction. You're not gonna go sideways. You're not gonna do that. That's not how it works.
Isn't? What if a dog is dragging you in a direction when you got hit?
You know what? You mean like a dog that would do and drag
Over that night?
Yes. So
drag you
each of
around the
those
yard
center
and put all
dots
these spots
is the
on the
center
yard?
of
Is that what
a
you're saying?
You think the dog did that? Maybe the dog grabbed the phone and just was.
Well, he did let the dog out the back into the backyard, right? Isn't that what they testified last
No,
last
no one ever said.
trial?
No one ever said.
Yes.
No one ever said that.
Mm-hmm.
You said you didn't watch the
I
first
said I
trial.
watched little clips here and there.
Oh, little clips here and there.
Yeah.
That's great. But unfortunately, that never happened in the first trial. So what you were shown was a farce.
You know, nothing. The first trial was a joke.
How do you
And
know?
you know what? Here's the thing: is you can't sit there and look at this man's
There
arm
was
like
a lot
that
more train wrecks in the first
Fun.
trial. The first trial had a lot
and
more.
go, oh yeah, no, that's not a. Oh shoot! You know whose testimony I don't have on here is the
Diddy?
the last lady, the heavy breathy lady.
Yeah. Pomeranian.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a half centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
Okay.
We don't know the exact
So
length of his
he
knee.
got
The
hit
abrasion appears to be
here,
right here.
and
the
in his
elbow.
knee at
If you
the
go back
same
and look at
time.
where my knee is, that would be at the proximate level of the bumper.
Just flat, huh?
focus on the bumper
But
to show
didn't
relative
do
to the height of
anything
your
to the vehicle at 24 miles an hour.
Broke
Pretty
the
flat. Oh, come on.
So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper.
I told you why.
This goofball. Notice how when he's doing most of his testimony, it's in the dark. It gets really dark.
Okay.
No, seriously.
He controls the light.
The side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee, to be in this general area.
unnecessarily.
So do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on
Oh my God, the lights.
Yeah,
came on. There
light
goes your
The
story.
location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX570.
Arm and
Now
forearm.
considering these three different
No,
subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus.
and he just sat there and lied. He just blue paint got on there. It's not in the same direction. It is the wrong direction. He just sat there and lied. Sickening. This sick man. Wonder wonder how much of the $440,000 he is taking home.
None, because it all went to Lexus.
Is he gonna buy the Lexus for like 20 grand?
No, they crashed a bunch of them. I told you they did crash tests.
I don't know. I don't know about all that. I don't know.
It makes more sense than anything you've said about it. Because
Like
it's a lot.
why they charged so much. When
Yeah.
did they say, was it ARCA charged like, or they didn't say because they're not the ones who paid for ARCA. The feds did. Ooh, I want to know I want to know what was said in the
I want to
federal-
know what he put on his ham sandwich.
Oh, dude! I might have that ham sandwich thing. Hold on.
Are we going to go on the record with our predictions?
I already did.
Well, you ruined it.
Two. Where's the fucking ham sandwich?
I have three questions for predictions.
Oh, I gotta find ham sandwich.
If you can't find ham sandwich,
This is so not right. No way! Did I send you ham sandwich?
send me ham sandwich.
Did you send me ham sandwich?
I didn't. I didn't because you already had it. I did review it, and I was like, "Oh wait, she already has this," so I didn't send it. Because you made a big deal about it. You were like, "Ham sandwich, I got it."
I know. Now I'm looking for it. Oh, I'm gonna be so mad if I can't find ham sandwich.
I'm pretty sure you sent it to me though, so that means you have it.
Let me look. I sent you. You know what I did? You know what I sent you? I'll show you what I sent you. Hold on.
Oh, the admonition. You sent me the admonition. Remember you got all excited about how Jackson wanted the judge to admonish Brennan.
Oh, yes.
You did send me that clip.
Oh, okay. I'll find that one. This one. Darn it. This is.
That's why you like that dog bite lady. You're like the same gasping and getting excited over bullshit. You're all bull-
Kid
you're all
you not, they
bullshit
posted
again.
this today. You know what or yesterday. Well, like, yeah, they posted that. And I was like, why would they do that? Like, do they and I wasn't the
course they're
only one to make that comment.
All they do, they're just being anti-cop, probably.
Dude, I was not the only one to make that comment. It was funny.
I mean, it's not funny if you're a cop in Boston. And I'm
You
not
know
a
what?
cop, I'm just saying
You know what?
these
you know
are
what?
This is all tax
They
dollars.
need
at
to
work.
they need to get
That-
their shit together is what they need to do. They're
I know.
corrupt as F.
Well,
And everybody knows it.
technically, it's not the Boston cops involved. They got killed. A Boston cop
You know,
got
this
killed.
is
It
what I
wasn't a
don't
Boston
understand is-
cop investigation.
Why this guy put a dead body on his own front lawn. That's what I don't get.
Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't make any sense.
Then they had the pig's blood there, right?
Oh
This
my
is my other
God.
theory, is that it was that deep undercover stuff, and they got found out as pigs. And so They took one guy, they killed him, and they threw him on that guy's lawn, and they were just, it was something that had to do with the case that they were working. That's what I thought too. And
This
then
is
they
theory
just,
number
but then
728.
somebody mentioned the fact that they were saying like Colin was dealing drugs and John found out about it, and Colin was pissed about it. And I don't know if these are all rumors, you know. Don't know if it's true, but you know what? I sure would love to be Blake.
So where do you think Karen was stomping her gas pedal in reverse and blasting in reverse to? Or do you think it was all planted? They made up that too.
Well, that's just it. Why did all those people not see him if he was there? If she left him there, there was plenty of people that came and
I asked you to ask another question. I asked you.
No. There's plenty of people. It doesn't make sense because there was plenty of people that came.
Drunk people partying in a house talking loudly. You've never done that? Do you hear anything? Do you ever go to the fucking window? No.
Well, it doesn't matter because all of those he was moving after she left.
So you're just gonna not answer my question.
No, I did.
You didn't.
Okay. Could you rephrase the question?
So the black box recorded a high rate of acceleration in reverse for a 75% depression of the accelerator. Where do you place that? It coincides.
Maybe she got stuck in the mud.
The phone coincides
Off on the side of the road because those are those little berms. Those aren't really freaking. They don't have sidewalks. It looks like they just have that little, you know, curvy thingy. You know what I'm talking about? And it's angled, so you just go right up on the. So what if she got up on somebody's soggy lawn?
So during the myriad
and she had to back up
during the
it
myriad
was mud, and she just dug a hole of mud there.
During the myriad of interviews where Karen was talking about this, why didn't she just explain that she got stuck in somewhere and had to reverse
You know what?
out of it?
Doesn't matter. Did she hit him? No. He did not get hit by that vehicle.
Her behavior is what makes me think she did. It's if you.
What do you mean? What about her behavior is wrong?
If you did nothing wrong,
Yeah.
why would you say what she said? And why would you become hysterical at 5 a.m?
If I went to bed and I woke up and my man still wasn't home, I would lose my shit.
What if you were constantly arguing with him
and you know
were
what?
arguing with him that night? That's
At
proven.
that point,
That's
he better
not
be
a
dead.
fantasy.
That's all, you know what I'm saying? That is the only. But she said that she had this overwhelming feeling.
That's
of
not
dread.
overnight. She left him at 1 in the fucking morning, 5 in the morning. That's not over. That's a couple
He's
hours.
a grown ass man. He's
That's
a grown ass
couple
man.
hours.
He's a grown
It's
ass
not like,
man.
oh my God. It's like,
He was
oh
amongst
my God.
friends.
You go into literal hysterics. Not like, where's John? Not like searching for him. Like, where's John? Literal fucking histrionic hysterics. Like,
What
the
if
world
he
is
went out
fucking
there and Higgins went out there after him, and that's when it happened, and they got into a fight.
They're like, no, she never said this. She goes on interviews and said she said that shit. It's like, okay, why didn't she
measure?
Listen, wait. She's this innocent angel that never did anything wrong. Why didn't she testify? Like, if you didn't do anything wrong, and she's like this woman, that would be a woman testifying about her innocence that did nothing wrong would resonate with the jury 100%. Women get off of fucking violent crimes all the fucking time. Why wouldn't you just put her on the stand?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. All these people have been proven to become corrupt. What makes you think that they would be honest in their tactics if you got
No.
on the stand? Absolutely not.
What do you mean honest?
The burden of proof is on them, not me.
No.
Them.
What do you mean?
No.
That someone telling the truth to a jury, that should ring through.
She would be a fool. First off,
You have
she
she'd
would
be a fool because
she
you know
would be an utter fool
you
to testify.
if you were literally framed
No,
for something
no.
you didn't do, you're saying she's being
No,
framed for something she didn't do. You're saying she couldn't get on the stand and make that story resound through anything. That should be the most honest.
No, because they're
thing
going
that
to
could
talk
come through.
about Higgins and how she was pursuing him, or how what
Oh,
happened.
like all the
during it.
reasons
No,
why
they-
she's
they would
psycho
air out all of
and
her
could
dirty
kill
ass
someone
country,
and not
totally
care that
unnecessary,
she
just to
hit
make her
somebody
look
with a
bad.
car.
No,
They'll talk about all the reasons why it's possible that she hit someone with a car and drove off because she was drunk. And you bring
car
up the
didn't
fact that she
hit
said,
her. Or hit him. The car did not hit him. He was not struck by a vehicle. He was not struck by a vehicle. Something hit him. Something hit him in the head. Somebody hit him in the head with force. Don't know what it was, but he
force?
fell back, and I don't think they meant to kill him, whoever it was, but they did.
why
And
would
that's the
you?
problem.
Okay, you didn't hit someone with your car. Why would you run around screaming?
Don't you think there'd
Did
be
I hit him?
intent?
Did I hit him? I hit him. I hit him. Why would you fucking go around screaming that? Which she's admitted to. She's admitted to it. Why would you do that? Why would that even enter your mind? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?
Because
Oh, it's guilt.
are you
It
kidding
was
me?
guilt.
Okay, so okay, you know what? It's called. It is something that happens. Like I'll never forget. Like when one of my when somebody that I knew died, and I like felt like I was blaming myself for a while because of it. And that's just but I literally had nothing to do. There was no but it that kind of stuff that occurs with somebody that dies that you're very close to. You feel like you could have prevented it or things like that. That is normal. That is absolutely a normal reaction. And that was her boyfriend. She loved him. At the time, she didn't know anything else.
After all those those voicemails where she didn't love him and she hated him.
All of that melted away as soon as she seen he was hurt. She was concerned.
It's a love-hate relationship. She loved him and then she killed him and then she loved him again.
I'm explaining it. I'm telling you. I'm right.
So you would become completely hysterical to the point where you're waking people out of sleep to come search with you after 3 hours of not seeing.
Oh no, that's fucking weird. I think
that is.
Then I
gonna
thought
admit
maybe
that.
they were into some weird sex thing because she's calling him a pervert.
She called someone she doesn't even fucking know after 3 hours. Like,
that's where they were at the fucking bar together, and they went to her family's.
would you
home.
ever call someone you've never met?
If my boyfriend didn't show up, and that's where he was last seen, yeah.
She wasn't last seen at Carrie, whatever her face's fucking place. She called her. Why would she call her?
I don't even know if she.
That's why she was there, because she called her.
Wasn't she at that party too? First, short
Yeah, that
period
was
of
like
time?
the first time she fucking met her, I think.
No. No. I think I think. Is that going to stand up in court? Shut up, balloon knot.
Okay. The boyfriend I just got in a big argument with is gone, and I'm passed out, supposedly. Like, oh, no, I'm immediately in.
It just sounds so
fucking
weird when you say
hysterics.
boyfriend is passed out, and when you say it like that, it sounded really
Complete fucking hysterics. Complete, like, fucking psychotic hysterics. I could see her being upset and being like, okay, like, maybe I'll drive around. She's like calling people in a fucking
frenzy.
like
Where's my
fren-
boyfriend?
Yeah, a frenzy is not overstating it. It doesn't make sense at all.
Oh, I'm trying to find my ham sandwich guy. Hold on.
She argued with him all the time. Are you going to deny that?
Oh no, I'm not going to deny that at all. Are you kidding me?
Well, so like literally, she had a big argument with him to the point where she's leaving those voicemails. And then 3 hours later, she's like, oh my God, like in a fucking psychotic, like, what? I don't know how you describe that state where you're calling people over and over to like, and let's go search for them. It's like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
I think that it was a normal reaction.
It's a normal reaction?
Yeah, for a woman. Fuck yeah. For a broad? Hell yeah.
Well, then, yeah, for
Totally.
someone like that, if that's their normal reaction, so is jamming on the fucking gas pedal and backing and running over someone. That's a normal reaction too.
I'm trying to find the ham sandwich one. I sent it to you? Oh, here we
No,
go.
you didn't. You sent me the.
Oh, I got it. I got it. I forgot I loaded these are some of the shorts I loaded. You got to see these. These are funny.
I put in chat the other one you sent me.
Okay. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. I got it. Now this will make it easier. Hold on. Where am I? Oh, I lost
Do
it.
you think Karen Reed is a little cuckoo?
I think that
Did
she's
you
got
listen
her
to her?
own.
Did you
I
listen
think that she has issues with men. That's what I think.
She has issues with women that enter a 5-meter radius of John O'Keefe as well. Did you listen to any of that? She goes psycho on anyone that went near him.
Okay, here you go. This one.
Based
I like
on your
this one.
review of all the materials
Hold
that
on.
you
I gotta pull it up. I thought that I pulled it up. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. I didn't realize. Let me know if you don't hear it. Okay.
you had described in your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see
Karen Reed's
depicted
finger.
on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I
Can
didn't mean
speak
to
a
wake
little
you up.
louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I guarantee it.
I was aware
No
that
other
there
way
was debris in
someone
the.
could get scratches on their arms. It was a dog attack. Give me my money. I can't stand her.
Shut up.
Yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis.
Now this
If you
guy
can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it?
Right.
Because all of that
Although
would
you
be from
can't
something
buy it.
else. So
It would
unless
be
you
from
prove,
something else, like planted evidence, right? Right? Are you there?
What?
Significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court.
You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
You have any memory issues?
The defense
No.
wrote a report.
Significant.
Do you see what's depicted in this?
So if that test was not
Here it is.
intended
Oh, no.
to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
He was like,
So if
it
that,
was so funny.
so if
So
that,
that's the only ones. I can't find the ham sandwich one. I'm sorry. God, I feel bad. He left. Did you leave again? Awful. I'm going to bed then. I'm gonna go to bed. You keep leaving me. No love. No love. That's okay. I was just gonna play. I'll play these last ones. And you know what? Basically, this is let's do that. These are from the closing arguments from Jackson. There was Jackson. Yeah.
Did you play the link I sent you?
Which one? Just
I
now?
put it in StreamYard chat.
What? What? Let me see.
The one you like where he asks her to admonish.
Oh. I already did that one. I just did that one, you dingy.
Never mind. I withdraw my objection.
You never listen to nothing I say. I
Wow.
can't believe I can't find the ham sandwich. Salaried refuses. Where's my ham sandwich?
So are you going to go on the record with your predictions? There's three predictions or not three predictions, but one prediction and three questions.
What do you mean? What are the three questions that I have?
Well-
What?
I was about to tell you.
Okay.
So one, I'd like to hear what you think the jury will find. Two, who do you think killed John O'Keefe? Three, if you were on the jury, what would you say? So those are the three things I want on the record. Hello?
Okay, well, I think one of the Alberts killed him.
One of the Alberts.
Oh wait,
That Albert?
you know what?
That Albert?
Or John was having an affair with somebody down the street and they found out and they killed him. They threw him on Albert's lawn.
Wait, you got to pick something.
That's what I think.
Who do you think killed John
Hey,
O'Keefe?
I think he got around.
Who do you think killed John O'Keefe?
The Alberts.
All the
One of
different
them. I pick one.
team
I don't
Alberts?
know. Pick one.
Well,
And then, okay, so that's the second question. What was the first question again now?
what do you think the jury will find?
Oh, I think that they'll recognize that there's a federal case going on, and that they probably cannot figure out why this is going on. I unless if they have some sort of experience with federal cases in their past, unless they have, I guess a reasonable person would say, I can't convict her. I cannot, to a reasonable degree of certainty say that, yeah, that vehicle, no, there's no way. There would have been bruises. The lines don't match up. No, just no.
The
No.
question is, what do you think the
They're going to say
jury
not
will?
guilty
They're
all the
gonna-
way.
So the
Through
jury's
through.
going to acquit her.
Nope, not guilty.
And my other
They're
question,
not stupid. If they, you know what?
the other question was, which you kind of already answers, if you were on the jury, you would say acquit her.
There's no way you can convict her based on this evidence. Basically, you've got, it's like circumstantial evidence, really.
It doesn't matter. Circumstantial evidence is evidence. So you could.
But just because it's there doesn't mean that it came from. It's there. Oh, it was planted there. I believe that. I believe that it was planted there.
Okay,
I believe that there was no chain of custody properly. You know, I have a little bit of concern because wasn't Kevin Albert part of the property room? Wasn't he like the freaking head guy of property? So, you know, no. How about there's something they know and everybody but Karen's in on it. Okay. And me, I'm not in on it either.
Or are you?
Maybe, you don't know.
You think you're hanging out with the plow guy?
There's no, he said there's no way that he convicted. Thank you, Viper. I appreciate your thought process. There's no way that this broad's getting thrown in the clink. So did she do it? No, she did not. I turned
Do you want to
oh,
get me on the record or what? Jesus Christ.
what do you want? Okay, yes, tell me yours.
Oh, am I on this show? You want my opinion?
No, yes, I do. I'm sorry. I should have asked, but go ahead. Tell me. I want to know. I must
you
know
wanna
now
know?
because, well, I thought that your opinion was that she is totally guilty. She killed him.
Well, there's 3 questions. Do you even remember the 3 questions I asked you?
Yeah. What do you think the jury's going to say?
I think the jury will be a hung jury.
Think so?
And my reasoning is
There's going to be an idiot on there.
there will be a couple of Karen
Idiots.
Reed, the Karen Reed types that fall in love with her, that to say there's no way she did anything.
I thought she was
wrong.
guilty as hell just looking at her.
And there's going to be a couple jurors on the other side that can't believe that the police would ever plant evidence. Because to believe the defense, you have
Yeah,
to.
I can believe it.
So I feel that those few people on the extremes are going to be so entrenched on their positions that you'll never be able to reach a verdict of all 12 people.
You don't think so, huh? Well, okay, so here's the other question, too. This is the 4th question.
Oh my God. We haven't even made it through the first 3.
I know, but the question is who do you think they're going to kick off as alternates? You think he's going to go every other person?
They already got rid of the alternates.
I thought that they were holding on to them.
No, there was Juror Bingo. Didn't you watch Juror Bingo?
No.
Oh my God.
What do you mean?
They literally play Juror Bingo to draw numbers. And then they say, Juror 13, you're out. You didn't watch that part?
No.
They already did it.
Oh.
It was
Are
fun.
you messing with me again?
No, like I literally call it Juror Bingo because they're like 13, 7, 5, and then I yell out bingo.
Shitty lottery numbers. Anyhow. I hate your state.
You don't believe me?
What about the last question?
Well, there's 2 more questions.
Oh,
so-
wait. The second question was... Yeah, I forgot.
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, well, then
Unless you
answer
remember.
my questions.
You can't think of the other 2 questions? They're
Dude,
too
just stop. God. Why do you ask such hard questions?
They're literally the most basic questions you could ask someone.
What would you do? What would you vote if
the
you were
jury?
on the jury?
So if I was on the jury,
Yes.
and like beyond reasonable doubt, like I would go in because I do think she killed him. I would go into it like thinking that, but also leaning towards they didn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it. So,
They
like,
sure
if
enough didn't.
the rest of the jury was convincing enough, I wouldn't be like a holdout to say like she killed him. Like
Yeah.
I would eventually be like, yeah, they didn't do their job and convince beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it.
Oh, so you're saying that there's
Mostly because of the investigation, not because of the case. I think the lawyers did what they could with the case that was presented to them. It was a failed investigation. They were
biased.
They
They were biased.
didn't perform the investigation as if everyone involved was a normal person.
Right. They were
chose
biased.
favorites.
And they
And
chose
there was-
and they pinned it on the girl.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I don't think she did it.
I'd say
She's what, like 110 fucking pounds? Seriously.
what's
She
that
could
got
not
to do with-
produce enough freaking force herself to freaking hit him that hard with her own body. So she didn't hit him with it. She couldn't probably, unless she's a freaking softball or baseball phenom, gonna doubt that she whipped a glass at his face, which is obviously what happened. He got a glass whipped at his head.
You've
It
never
broke.
seen a crazy chick
He
go
fell
off.
back and died, obviously. And then I think that when they let the dog out, that
Who let
maybe they didn't know in the house. Who knows?
Who let the dog out?
I'm not gonna make a joke. But they were claiming that they let the dog out into the backyard. And
Where did you hear that?
Oh, that was, oh God, it was something. It was testimony from, I think, the last trial.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
No.
Was it this trial?
You have a false memory.
Oh,
Congratulations.
shut up. Because both Brian Albert and his son Colin said the same thing. Did you let the dog out? He said no. So then his dad went and let the dog out of sorts. I don't know if that was at like 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever, but that would make a little bit more sense because if the dog, if he was still moving around in the yard with all those little red spots that I showed you on that picture, that would make sense. The dog was dragging him around because those were superficial wounds. It's not like the dog was chomping down. He was probably trying to move
Oh
them.
boy.
Maybe. Because if he was, I mean, I didn't see bite marks on the other side of his arm, that's just it. And if you could see the bite marks that I seen from an animal, then you would kind of go, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, maybe the dog didn't have bottom teeth.
No, the bottom teeth is the part that they can they can move their bottom jaw and they
You're
can
right. Usually
not use as much pressure.
dogs, they like to just use their top teeth. They don't do anything.
You know what?
Bottom teeth.
Study dog bites. How about that? Look up Dr. Russell. She'll teach you a thing or two, okay? She'll give you some good medical journals to look at.
I have Dr. Russell's teeth right here. They're in a cup.
You're so nasty.
Are you about to gasp? Every time
my
I make
God.
a gasping noise, I like to
No, you know what I want? I'm trying to find my freaking ham sandwich. Can't believe I can't find my ham sandwich. I can't believe that.
Stand in the corner.
Frustration station.
Did you change the name of your garage to Sally Port?
No.
Why not? In
Why would I do that?
solidarity for Karen.
Sally Port. No, weird. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I'm gonna find it. I'm so gonna find this.
Oh my God.
Hold on, hold on. You know where it is? It's like, isn't it at the beginning? Hi, Dad.
No, it
How are
isn't.
you, honey?
It's at the cross
You know
examination.
where my Oh, Jesus. Did it work? Hi, Dig. We're just talking about the Karen retrial. You hate your shit. I can't find the ham sandwich. I'm so pissed about that. It really is bothering me because
I mean, if you can't find the ham sandwich, then that means Karen Reed's guilty.
Was there another question that I forgot to ask?
Yeah.
I'm not highlighting any of that, Viper.
You had some magical fourth question that you were all proud of yourself about.
I can't remember it.
No. Couldn't have been that good.
You know,
Was it how good is my half wins or not? Because the answer is superb.
your half wins or not. Is that what you said? Your
Yeah.
half. I don't even know what that is.
mean, every
I'm
time I-
assuming it's your balloon knot here.
No, the fucking when I wear a tie. When I go to court.
Oh yeah. You're admiring his tie.
And also criticizing other ties. Dr. Rentschler's tie needs work.
I'm gonna
mean,
find
these-
the ham sandwich right now. Cooked. That's not
How
it.
long does it take Haas long to eat a ham sandwich?
That was awful. That was awful, by the way.
What? He literally was asked how long does it take to eat a ham
Yes, he did. It was, you know what? I'm gonna freaking somebody's
He
got
literally
the ham
said that.
sandwich.
How long does it take to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes? Google it. Google it.
I am. I'm looking for it.
Google it
Here
at
it is.
2:57. How long?
I can't
is
even.
it?
Here, I found something. I can't. We can't not have.
Is there a way to ensure that you're never on a jury?
Oh, yeah, no. I'll never get on a jury. They'll never put me on a jury. Never. It'll never happen.
I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do.
Wait, what?
Anything I got was from
He
that
said he has
organization.
no idea what's going on.
Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
This isn't a ham sandwich.
Yeah, it is.
What I just said to you,
gonna
are
come
those
up.
your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean,
Not
if that's
the
what's in the
ham
record, I assume it is.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Maybe
Would it certainly
20
help you prepare?
It helped me prepare.
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or
No, it's
conclusions.
coming up right after
Made no
this.
difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going
You're baking the
on
bread,
during the trial?
slicing the ham.
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
It's so
And
funny
so
because
as
it's
you
so
sit
matter
here
of
today,
fact.
you are denying that information certainly helped you prepare.
Okay, so
Which is not.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't
Nothing.
change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to. I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they
There's
would take
the
other
ham
people,
sandwich.
and so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they
Yeah.
said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
Had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at
Sounds
some
like-
point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
I do that at
When
parties.
you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Say something funny, Gina, so I can laugh along.
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember. What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure
is he
I
asking?
heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you.
You
and
know what a
answer.
conversation
Sure.
is.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
you remember any-
what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the...
Did he
then
enter the room and they start
prosecutor?
clapping? I mean, come on.
I'm used to
I have
it.
no idea.
Yeah, I'm sure you're used to that.
I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
And how long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I
Ham-
honestly don't know.
ham-
10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes? I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people,
eat ham
and so they were
sandwich.
having a lunch afterwards, and they
Yeah.
said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went.
Oh
And I
my
had a ham
God.
sandwich.
That was so
Ham sandwich.
funny.
Did you
Oh, I thought I
testify
paused it. Oh, I didn't
at some
pause it.
point that after you had something to eat?
Oh my God, pause. Hello. So yeah, no, that was so
Claws.
yeah. No,
Like,
that was replaying.
Claws
It started
have
to replay.
claws, like a dog's
Oh my
claws.
God. Pause. Yes, pause. Listen, I'm just saying that
Listen, Linda.
when he started grilling Jude on his ham sandwich, remember
Yeah.
what was he talking to the Crash Daddy guy? He freaking starts asking him about was it Rentschler that he was talking to? He's like said something about Randy, right?
Yeah, he calls the.
And he starts calling the so
Now
Rentschler starts
there was a sarcastic
the
comment.
dummy.
We'll get to Randy later.
It's a Randy in a minute.
He was very sarcastic the whole time.
It was so funny. Was that Rentschler that he was talking to?
Both he made comments about Randy to both the
Yeah.
Crash Daddy and Rentschler.
Oh my God.
We'll get to Randy in a minute.
I gotta find that clip. I wish it was so fun.
But
I gotta
But
make
he would call the thing Randy like the whole time. He's like, what about Randy? What was Randy wearing? It was very weird.
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
I mean,
We'll get you, Randy.
It's a bit of a game because you don't know what a juror like. Some people will find that like okay, whatever, and some people you rub them the wrong way by doing shit like that.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Randy in a minute.
Can't find it. We'll get to Randy. And I can't find it. I can't find it.
Basically, Randy is like a 200-pound dummy that firemen practice on carrying. But essentially, can you carry a 200-pound person out of a fire? You know, that kind of thing.
Rescue Randy. Oh my God. Oh, doctor. Okay, so you know what? We'll have to find it Road rash doesn't. I don't think this is it either. You know what? I'll find it, and we'll have to play that one sometime when I do.
That
find
one's
it.
going to be hard to find because
I
it's
know. You
it's
just gotta
very.
watch-
It took me forever to find the the. Oh, it's something funny because I thought it was at the very beginning, but it wasn't. I was like, oh, is there something funny about what I said?
Oh,
That took a while.
yeah, the one you sent me.
Yeah, because I in my mind that happened right at the beginning.
False memory.
Yeah, exactly. I don't trust my memory at all. I told you about my false memory,
Oh no,
my greatness.
I'm sad. Hold on. All right, so let me stop that screen. I got just the last of it, and then I can let you go to bed. But you're not gonna go to bed.
Really? Yeah, I'm not going to bed.
What?
I said it's early. I mean, I could drive my Lexus around for quite a while. I'm about Karen Reed level alcohol.
Well, she wasn't even drunk. I don't know what you're talking about. She had more drinks when she went home.
Wait. Do you admit that she was drunk?
Nope.
Oh my God.
By the time they got to her blood, she could have had more drinks when she got home.
Oh my
especially after finding your
God.
boyfriend dead. She went home. First thing I do is fucking pour myself a drink. Nope, can't prove it. Sorry.
Did you not see the video evidence of her sucking down booze all night?
Oh my God.
Did you not?
Yes, I saw it. Yes.
So
Yes,
are you literally don't you don't think the 100-pound leaky balloon knot, like, does the leaky balloon not let the alcohol out? Is that why you don't think she was
Shut
drunk?
up.
A different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV.
I didn't even play
She
her
was detailed,
testimony.
she was
Why
clear,
does
she was
Alan
unequivocal, she
Jackson's
remembered the
face look so
specifics, she
wide?
recalled how it made her feel, quote,
Doesn't
weird.
his face
She
look really
recalled
wide here?
Wide?
Yeah, like his head looks really
that-
wide right here.
I don't know. I have it on
how
wide.
long Higgins.
Maybe he needs a
Wide.
haircut. Maybe it's just
Have it on wide face.
no. Maybe it's the angle. I don't know.
I don't know. It's like he looks different right here.
Oh well.
Spent
Doesn't he?
a quote wildly
he used
long
gel
time, as she
and
described.
some,
These are all
not
incredible
just men, but
details
blending.
to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer.
Well, the other guy
She couldn't have been more
definitely
specific.
just for Matt.
But then
He's
put on a
squared
witness list.
better.
Oh yeah, no.
And she's subpoenaed.
It went black just for men.
It's very, and he's older. He's like
Yeah.
70, and he has this like
Mm,
dyed black hair.
yeah, he may as well.
I think he's
yeah.
hooking up with the dog bite expert.
Shut up.
I think he has bite marks on him.
No, K.
By the defense. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office. The same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting.
To
And he
say.
says, wink, wink, nod, nod. We support you, Officer
Nudge,
Dever."
nudge. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
What else was said in that meeting?
What else?
What else is reasonable to believe?
She now worked
was
for the
said in that
Boston
meeting?
PD.
She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right
Dude,
thing.
she was
promoted
literally
after
But the
that.
commissioner of the
with
Boston Police
video
Department certainly
evidence
said
that
something
conflicted
to
with
this
her
rookie cop that
memory.
all of a sudden,
You want her
that
to-
This
detailed
fraud got a job at the Boston Police Department after that meeting.
Listen to this. What would you do when you say, here's what I remember, and then someone shows you a video that proves that what you thought you remembered wasn't true? Do you keep saying, no, I remember it this way? I just don't believe this evidence that the way I remember it was wrong. My memory's 100% perfect. Is that what you'll do, Gina?
No.
Okay.
at all.
So then that's literally what she did. She said, oops.
I know she did not. Oh my God. Wait.
She changed her fucking story
Completely.
Yeah, to say I didn't
The
remember
exact
correctly.
opposite. Like, no, it was a false memory. I had no memory of it ever.
If literally someone shows you fucking video evidence of what you thought wasn't, didn't happen.
Where is
What
the
the
video?
fuck?
Huh? It's suddenly
Oh
it's
my
missing.
God. Holy shit.
Whatever. No, where is the video? There's a lot of video that's missing from from this case. So don't act like it's not missing.
There's something missing, that's for sure.
Unambiguous,
I
unequivocal
wouldn't say I've
statement
been
to
missing.
law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it.
That's everything we just said.
She admitted she said it.
She did.
She admitted she detailed the entire story.
Right.
She just said, it's a false memory.
Oops, sorry. What's that? Messed up. I remembered wrong.
So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure
They're overrated.
She's called to the commission's office.
that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means.
I got called into the office one time. Did I tell you about this?
No.
At agency, and they told me to stop arresting certain people. And I was like, they're the ones committing the crimes. What are you talking about? They're corrupt. There's corruption in nearly you know what? There's corruption in probably every police department there is. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's the truth. And you know what?
You didn't fucking back over a guy.
No.
She's perfectly normal.
Oh,
I know when I know back over someone, I get hysterical and scream out how, oh my God, did I back over someone? And then I go on 2020
In her
and
words,
say, did I
my
back over
entire
someone?
career depends on
And
what
then I
I
go on
say here
prime
on the
time
stand.
and go,
I'll quote
did I
that
back
again.
over someone?
Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does.
Wait, her testimony
That's
wasn't
how
that
it
long.
works.
It was like 15 minutes.
And that's how we got here.
And she was a total bitch.
At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you
Yeah.
trust the Commonwealth's
Good
case?
point.
Can you trust their witnesses?
She was. Hold
Can
on.
you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A different independent agency.
Hold on.
She told those law
Same
enforcement
one.
agents
Hold
in
on.
a
Hold
formal
on.
interview
I'm
that
stopping
she
it.
saw
I'm
Brian
stopping it. Here's the next
found
one.
no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no
This
evidence of
frozen?
a collision.
Yes.
No evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like.
Check out this.
after being
and-
shot
I
by
can't
a
see
car.
it because it's frozen. It's pissing me off.
Hey, what's the body temperature? Long to get frozen in Gina's playback.
Right? Oh my God. Frustration station. I gave up. I gave up. I gave up on it. Stupid thing.
Oh, you found the ham sandwich. I'm proud of you.
Fucking ham sandwich.
I
That
mean,
is so funny though. Oh
I
my
would
God.
have asked what he put on the ham sandwich.
Yeah,
because
you know
if
what?
it
I'm
was
surprised he
very
didn't-
fancy
Dude, you're making me hungry. I'm about to
mustard.
make a chicken sandwich just because of it.
If it was very fancy mustard, then I think he would have been onto something.
Fancy mustard. Grey Poupon.
Yeah.
What would you like on your ham sandwich? Grey Poupon.
What kind of ham is that?
Remember those Grey Poupon commercials?
Yeah, exactly. They're driving these the limos back and forth to the case. They
Oh my God. Kids
pardon
notice.
me.
Pardon me.
But of course. Do you think the Grey Poupon limo ever backed up at 27 miles an hour?
We are so.
The finer things.
I mean, it's a
happily
classic.
some are affordable, like Grey Poupon Dijon mustard. So fine, it's even made with white wine.
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon?
But of course.
Grey Poupon, finer pleasures.
Don't you drive around with mustard in your limousine? Duh.
Oh my God! Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah. What do you think I am?
There's more. Hold on. There's
Or?
more. Pardon me. There's the.
The finer things in life.
Wait, did we just do this one?
Some are affordable.
They're all the same.
I
They're
know,
almost
but
all
where's
identical.
the original?
Of the original. Very British.
Yes.
Doesn't look that gray.
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon? But of course. Grey Poupon, one of life's finer pleasures.
Duh.
He says, "Yup." See
That's
ya.
very British humor right there.
Wouldn't want to be ya. Oh my God! Is this? What is this? Oh, I thought that was
Greta Thunberg, the global warming doom preacher turned Israel hater, suffered one final embarrassment after she was deported by Israel after trying to embarrass it by sailing to Gaza with a symbolic bit of food for supposedly starving Palestinians. Now, not only, as I showed you last night, did she end up having to be fed herself by the Israeli soldiers who arrested her at sea before they dumped her on an El Al plane to France, but as she landed, the captain had a message for her.
To thank our security forces and the IDF for protecting and defending our homeland, and we want to wish the swift return of all hostages.
And we want to what?
And then when Greta landed in Paris, she couldn't actually think of anything cruel that those wicked Israelis had done to her. Try and hint though she did.
No, I prefer not to go into details about that. We arrived there, we were detained, and then we were, yeah.
Joining me is communications consultant Christy McSweeney, who's worked for Coalition Prime Ministers and Premiers, and Karen Little-Russo, commentator and president of the Western Australian Liberals.
The absolute wrong way.
Christy, how has Greta Thunberg come out of this stunt?
Oh, look. It hasn't come out well, and I
Did she say, "Oh,
was
fuck"?
very impressed by the IDF's press conference as well. We don't hear that level of bravery and political oratory here in Australia, and you know they really, really told her what they thought of her stunt, and I'll call it a stunt. But of course, her and her activist cohort and the people that have followed her career for many years now, they truly believe in this. They truly believe that this is the best way to collaborate with world leaders and to bring attention to the plight of people that they believe facing injustice.
Alive.
No, that's so annoying. I can't. Whenever I see stuff with that broad, I'm shocked at how much they put her on a pedestal when she's just
AstroTurf.
Huh?
She's AstroTurf, like literally a complete fabrication of.
Yeah, she's a no one. No, she is somebody who is an emotional teenager that has never had a chance to grow up and doesn't really know what the real world has in store for her, really. She's young.
I mean, she'll never have that chance.
She'll never.
She was spurged out when she was 13 and turned into a
Spurged out. Asperger's?
Turned out. This is a better description, essentially.
Yes, well, it doesn't, you know what? It doesn't give an excuse for them to put her on they are abusing this girl, and I don't even know that she realizes it, or if she does, then she's, just because you're autistic doesn't make you stupid. That's for sure. Makes you pretty. You can be
one example of how literally everything you see is essentially fake and orchestrated. She's just a gross example of it. Like no one would have paid more attention to her for 10 seconds, but she was propped up as a thing until she became self-sustaining. But literally everything's fake that you see.
Really?
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
You're right. I think you may be right. Okay, so I really don't know anything about this. I want to see this.
Don't make me spurg out. Then they'll prop me up.
Stop spurging out.
They'll prop me up as the next Greta Thunberg.
Oh my God. We got to play that video that you sent me about, you're going to like this one, Viper.
I didn't send you anything.
Yes, you did like.
I deny it.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me remove. Stop screen. Present. I gotta present a different screen. It's a Discord. Hold on. Let's move it. Can I play it in Discord?
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna play it.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Well, Greta.
Oh, that's not right. Hold on. Remove. What?
I saw Tim Malt's mug right on screen. You zoomed right into it.
I know, but it's not, for some reason, things aren't playing on this screen. I don't understand why. It's being weird. So weird.
Is it a conspiracy?
Let's do this. Let me pull this to here. And if I click on this, oh my God, it won't do it. Okay, hold on. Let's try that. All right, we're going to try this again. One more time.
Saw it up on screen.
I know. I know, right?
Do you know? Do you know?
Oh, I messed up. Hold on. Stop again. Hold on. Here we go. Now add to state. There we go. This is the best I can do.
Work with law enforcement to enforce the law. In May 2020, looting, acts of violence, and arson occurred on your watch in Minneapolis after you refused to bring in the National Guard. Governor, your agenda is clear. Free health care, free college and driver's licenses for illegals while handcuffing law enforcement when they're trying to protect our citizens and their communities. If you think that's not a sanctuary state, you shouldn't be governor. By turning Minnesota into a magnet for illegals, you have opened up our communities to dangerous criminals, including known terrorists, gang members, murderers, and child predators. You have sent a resounding message that if you're a hardworking, law-abiding citizen of Minnesota, your safety and well-being are not the priorities of Tim Walz and his administration. But if you're coming to our state illegally, you're not only welcome with open arms, you're entitled to free stuff on the taxpayer's dime. This is absolutely disgraceful. Governor Walz, your sanctuary state agenda has been defined by your utter failure. You have failed to enforce the rule of law. You have failed to uphold our national sovereignty. Most importantly, you have failed the people of Minnesota. The time for radical sanctuary state policy, sir, is over. The voters made that clear last November when they elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. You remember him, don't you? Governor, the time for real leaders is
Zing.
real leadership is now. With that, sir, actually, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record the governor's tweet that I referenced from May 23rd, 2018, which makes it clear his hatred for federal law enforcement. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Chair recognizes Mr. Mfube.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I have a unanimous consent request, and I'd like to present.
How lovely was that? You know. Yeah, he did look like he was gonna cry. He did. It was epic. And you know, Tom Emmer, like I said, I am in Tom Emmer's district, and it spans through a big.
It's all theater. Like there's one for the New York State, like Elise Stefanik is basically the corollary for that guy in New York and the New York governor. And she did the same thing. She's like, you did this and this guy raped this guy. You let these guys in and
So all of the governors got reprimanded?
Yeah, like all the sanctuary state governors came up and basically all, if they had a representative in their state to be able to do the same thing. They're like, for New York, it was all like the illegals that were committing crimes. They had, Elise Stefanik had, this guy did that, the one that they set, the illegal that set that lady on fire in the subway.
Oh,
and the one that the 12-year-old, like she just went through them, and then the governor was just like, oh, we never wanted the, like we federal whatever, like it was just, it was what you would expect, the same thing. At least she talked. Tim Walz didn't fucking say anything.
Oh, no, because he's got nothing to say. He can't deny it. He's in a, you know what? There's so much, he's brought so much attention to Minnesota for his little freaking vice president stint. It is so embarrassing. I want to move so bad. There's reasons that I stay here. And basically it's family. But if it wasn't for them, I'd probably be gone. It's so embarrassing living in Minnesota. It's embarrassing.
Do you want to watch the New York version of what you just watched?
Yeah. What was it? Was it who?
I just sent it to you in StreamYard.
Perfect. Okay. Make it easy for me. You did?
Yeah, there's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
StreamYard.
never look at the batch. I never look at it. Okay, hold on. Let me. Oh crap! Hold on. Let me pull it up. I suck at all this stuff. There it is.
Literally, it's all theater. Like it means nothing. But what are you gonna do?
No, it's, you know what? People don't watch this, but I love watching C-SPAN.
Correct.
I'm weird.
Believe it is.
And you extended this executive order not once, not twice, but 3 times. Most recently, January 16th of this year. Is that correct?
If that's what your facts show, I signed countless executive orders.
I would
and
assume you'd
policies
know
and
it's
laws.
Executive Order 1. And this is a continuation of your predecessor's sanctuary state policies, correct? Is included in that.
I want to be sure we are defining sanctuary state properly.
I'll define it for you. It is the policy of the state that state officers or employees shall not disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement. It goes on to say, law enforcement officers may not use resources, equipment, or personnel for the purpose of detecting and apprehending any individual suspected or wanted for violating a civil immigration office. Law enforcement officers have no authority in the state of New York to take any policy action solely because the person is an undocumented alien. That's a quote in your executive orders that you extended. Now, do you know who Sakir Akan is?
I want to get back to the first part.
No, I'm
of the
asking a question. Do you know who
Well,
Sakir Akan is?
I want to make sure you understand that this simply says that we will cooperate with ICE.
No,
in
it does
all-
not say that. I read what it
We will
says, and let me talk to you about the results. Do you know who Sakir Akan is?
we
You
were-
should, as the governor of New York State.
Hey, we were talking about the Karen Reed trial for like 3-4 hours. We've now moved on to some other stuff. But hang out.
It's
Sorry,
appropriate.
messy Jor. What this guy's with you. Karen Reed's guilt. This guy's with you. Hate your state.
I don't think she'll be convicted, but I do think she killed him.
Oh God.
What? I explained myself.
You missed it. Listen to this broad. Hold on.
You know,
Refresh my recollection.
he was an illegal migrant in New York. And do you know what crime he committed in addition to being here
What?
illegally?
What
No,
the
I
F-
do not.
You do not. This was widely reported. He found a 15-year-old girl, threatened her with a metal pole, told her to get into the back seat of his car. He took her clothes off, and he violently raped her in Albany, New York. Do you know who Sebastian Zapita Khalil is?
I'm sure you'll tell me there's many cases, whether they're
These are
here-
high-profile cases. New Yorkers know about them, and you don't. So let's talk about Sebastian Zapita Khalil.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
I don't have the specific details at my disposal, no.
Well, this is an illegal migrant in New York because of your sanctuary state policies. Do you know what crime he committed?
I'm not familiar at this moment.
I bet you're going to be familiar when I remind you. He found a sleeping woman on the subway, lit her on fire, and burned her alive. This is in Kathy Hochul's New York. And as I'm sure you are aware, and I'll remind you, that ICE issued an order to detain this violent criminal, but that was rejected by New York officials due to sanctuary state laws. Now, do you know who Raymond Rojas Basilio is?
I just want to say this. These crimes are horrific.
Because of
condemn them, and I
your
would say
sanctuary state policies.
In all of these cases, we would work with ICE to remove
You did
them.
not in this case. They are
They need
walking
our
on the
assistance.
streets because of your policies and your executive order that you signed 3 times. Now, Raymond Rojas Basilio, do you know who that is?
I'm telling you this. I will
You don't
explain
know
to you
who
the
it is.
policies of New York. We cooperate with, I know you're just
You do
trying
not.
to.
You do not. Specifically,
Miss-
ICE was told not to detain this individual, and he burned a woman alive on the New York subways in Kathy Hochul's New York. So I will keep on going. What about Raymond Rojas Basilio?
got
Do you know who
5
that
full
is?
minutes,
I'm
don't
going
you?
to tell you our overall policy, which will address all this.
I'll tell
We
you
do
who
not-
that is. He is an illegal who molested an 11-year-old in our state because, again, of your sanctuary state policies. This illegal was shielded from federal immigration enforcement and able to commit this heinous crime. And what about Wilson Castillo Diaz? Do you know who that
I'm
is?
telling you this. We do cooperate fully with ICE in criminal prosecution. Our sanctuary
You're not advocating for
regulations
these victims.
only deal
This
with
is a
civil
5-year-old who
enforcement.
was raped
Civil
on Long
enforcement.
Island
5
in
years
Nassau
old.
County. You are not advocating on behalf of these victims. You are shielding illegals. Even in your opening
Exactly.
statement,
That is
you
not
prioritize
true.
putting
Yes.
illegals first.
That is not
Rapes
true.
of young girls, beatings of
For law
NYPD
enforcement,
cops by
when you
illegals who
take
are
oath,
here under
you
Kathy
take
Hochul's
oath
failed
to,
policies, burning New Yorkers
uphold
alive. This is Kathy
state
Hochul's New York. It's one of
and
the
federal
many reasons
law
why you're
as a
hemorrhaging
police officer.
support
I don't care
from
what- I mean,
hardworking
at
New
least in
These are
Yorkers.
Minnesota,
horrific
that's
crimes
okay.
and they're
They're
heartbreaking.
horrific crimes that are committed on your watch.
I don't know what
you
other
signed
other
this
people's
executive order
oath
on your
is,
first day in
but-
office. You signed it again and again this January. We deserve a governor who stands up for law-abiding New Yorkers, doesn't put illegals first, but actually puts New Yorkers first. I appreciate
Rather
the
than going
chairman's-
after the viral moment, I suggest you
No,
look
no,
at the
no.
facts.
I'm standing up for New Yorkers.
No.
Rather than addressing the illegals in New York, you are prioritizing your far-left sanctuary state policies, which you put in place with executive orders. Instead of advocating for
cooperate
victims,
in all
a
those
5-year-old
cases.
who
We
was raped,
cooperate with ICE.
you did not. They were released
We
because
cooperate
of
with
sanctuary
ICE.
state
We
policies in New
cooperate
York
with
State.
law
No
enforcement.
amount of words is going to clean up your failed record and these horrific crimes committed in sanctuary state that you created. And with that, I
Your
yield back.
representation, the facts,
Gentlelady,
absolutely
you'll-
false.
Wrecked.
Wrecked. That was crazy. Yeah, no, I mean, I love watching stuff like that, especially like
I mean, it means nothing. They don't do anything. It's all
it's all for show.
literally
Yeah.
to raise money. Look at what I did. Send me money. I'm cool.
Wow.
Hopefully it hurts their feelings. Like I hope Kathy Hochul goes home and is like, "Am I a douche?" But she won't because she's, you know.
You know, I I think some of them, like, in their circle, they know people watch that, and so they probably feel like, oh no, this is gonna
I
be
mean,
out there.
I think they only feel bad literally while they're getting grilled. After that, it just rolls right off because they're politicians, you know? They're lawyers and politicians.
No, I've buried all of my state fair videos.
They're not real they're not human beings. They're lawyers.
Wait. What? Who's the lawyers? The politicians?
90% of politicians are lawyers.
This is
And
true.
lawyers that aren't politicians aren't human. So
It's unfortunate. All right, Mama's got to go to bed. It's 2
Is
o'clock in the
that-
morning. Oh my god.
is that all? That's early.
I know. I'm probably gonna watch
What are you gonna
videos.
go and make a ham sandwich?
No, I'm gonna make a turkey sandwich, maybe. I'll probably be up for a couple more hours, but I want to watch some videos. There's got to be other people on.
Go watch
I'm
some
boring.
videos.
I'm bored. Well, you know what? You
Do you
make-
own a Lexus?
No.
Do
But you know what? I
own-
heard there's one for sale over in Massachusetts.
Do you own a Sally Port?
No, actually,
Do you
don't.
live in
But
a
I want to
Sally
be-
Port? I've heard you live in a Sally Port.
I live in a garage.
And is the video
I have a house.
reversed?
I have a garage. I have a large garage that has a babe cave in it. I call it
Is the video reversed?
the she shed.
Is
The
it
garage.
reversed?
What?
Admit it
What?
that the video is reversed.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. Goofball. Goofball.
But
Hey,
is wait.
I hope you.
Something- Is something funny?
No. Oh. Are you making a funny joke like, oh, did you think that was funny? Is something funny, sir?
No. Are you making a joke? You're making jokes.
I'm not making jokes.
It's a joking matter.
No, what video? No. You can't. I can prove it. It's a babe cave. You can prove it. You can, yeah, you haven't been to this.
How much
place.
paint
You haven't
did
been to
you
Garage
use?
Sale forever.
How much paint did you use and who did you bill?
What are you talking about?
You did an experiment.
Oh no, that was pro bono. Remember what I said? No, that was just some leftover old paint. It's okay. It was kind of gelatinous type paint that was going bad, so I needed to use it up anyways. But don't make me pull that out. I threw it away. But you know, we did a live demonstration for those of you who've missed it. We did a live demonstration about these marks on that was way more advanced techniques you were used during
Did
the
you
testing
bill-
process than Dr. Welcher. So just so you know, we did advanced. We put lines. We used 2 colors instead of 1. So there's that.
When was the last time you talked with the dog bite expert?
Oh, I can't remember.
Significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
Do you have any memory issues?
No.
I can't fucking stand her.
Nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned. If they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Renshaw, you were asked a series of questions.
Dr. Rentschler.
He's a smart man.
He's a doctor.
He's
I
smart.
don't worship experts. I've met a lot of experts, and when they're very convinced about something,
I used to be a SME, a subject matter expert.
I'm still a SME.
I'm still a SME. I do have SME skills.
So do you ever get so convinced where you're like, this is the only way it could have happened?
Yes, Viper, you are a SME. What? There's just scripts that are no longer under pressure. What? I wasn't paying attention.
I think he just likes Karen Reed. He likes,
You know,
he was talking about the leaky balloon knot.
he's probably sick and tired of me talking about the Karen Reed trash. Because
The drips,
I'm like, oh my God, I freaking don't talk to him.
oh,
But
the drip's not under pressure. It's the leaky balloon knot.
oh jeez, I can't look at it. The expert is a drip that's not under pressure. Okay, are you in it? Are you
To win it?
reading? Oh, you can see all of the chat. I forgot. I
could-
just realized you can see all of the chat. You
Who
can't
could
see.
see all?
You see what I'm not putting up there? He's so
Who are you talking to?
nobody. I'm talking to you. Oh my God. I'm not putting up half of his stuff because he's so bad.
I don't see anything. I'm just saying.
Oh, good. Yeah, right. Whatever. Shut up.
I literally am not looking at anything.
I wonder what happened. Ooh, what happened in the Diddy
I mean,
trial?
I'm just saying what everyone else who's watching this stream is. I'm literally not looking at anything.
You're in your nothing box?
What?
Are you in your nothing box?
What is a nothing box? Why are you looking at me like that?
You don't know what a nothing box is?
I know what my angry chair is, but I don't.
Oh God.
I know nothing.
Okay. Wait a second. Okay. You've never. Okay. Now you've seen this, right?
Is it like a Saturday Night Live skit or something?
No. It's no. Oh my God. I just played this. Like,
Oh my
you
God.
know what? We'll just get to the nothing box and then we'll be done with it. Give it 3-4 minutes, okay?
I don't give anything 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay, you've gotta, you just tell me when.
I mean,
You
every
just
time
say-
I ask someone to give me 3 or 4 minutes, they're like, no. So why should I?
Okay.
Well, you fill in the blanks. Okay, so now we're going to start discussing men's brains, women's brains, and how they're very different from each other. Now, I want to start with men's brains. All right, now men's brains are very unique. Men's brains are made up of little boxes. And we have a box for everything. We've got a box for the car. We got a box for the money. We got a box for the job. We got a box for you. We got a box for the kids. We got a box for your mother somewhere in the basement. We got boxes everywhere. And the rule is the boxes don't touch.
Right? So guys,
When a man discusses a particular subject, we go to that particular box, we pull that box out, we open the box, we discuss only what is in that box. All right?
is this correct? Right? That's how it works, right? That's how it works. Like, that's how guys' brains work.
And then we close the box and put it away, being very, very careful not to touch any other boxes.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Did it make me what?
Sorry, my Catholic upbringing got in there for a minute, but I...
Is it making sense?
No.
I'm not a Catholic, but I went to Catholic school when I was little. I had a nun who taught on hell like she was born and raised there. I mean, I'll never forget it, but...
Are you asking me?
It did me good, actually. It was a good thing.
You don't know what this is all about?
Now, women's brains are very, very different from men's brains. Women's brains are made up of a big ball of wire.
I don't know. People talking to me like this, I just
Is
don't know.
connected to everything.
You're not even. You know.
What are they laughing at?
They're
It's
laughing
us-
because this is exactly how men's brains and women's brains work.
But literally, what he just said was like, it's like a big ball of wire. Why would you laugh at? Oh yeah,
Because
that's
it's the truth.
hilarious. What?
Everything is connected to everything. True story, bro.
If someone was like, came up to me and was like, your brain's like a big ball of wire, I'm not gonna fucking laugh. I'm not laughing at you
Why?
because it's
You're identifying.
nothing. Makes me, okay.
You're mad that it's true.
Why would I be mad?
It's like the internet superhighway. Okay? And it's all driven by energy that we call emotion.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
There's more.
It's one of the reasons why women tend to remember everything.
They don't.
Because if you take an event and you
All the
connect it to an emotion, it burns in your memory and you can remember it forever. The same thing happens for men. It just doesn't happen very often because, quite frankly, we don't care.
I mean, that's
Women tend to care about everything.
Yeah, we care about everything. Well, I want to fast forward.
no.
And she just loves it.
Women forget plenty.
No. Well, yeah.
Like everything a man does.
Okay.
You know what we do is we forget about the stuff that.
Remember everything
Now,
a
men,
man
we have a
doesn't
box
do.
in our brain
Forget
that most women are
everything a
not
man
aware of.
does.
This particular box has nothing in it. It's true. True. In fact, we call it the nothing box. And of all the boxes a man has in his brain,
Yeah.
the nothing box is our favorite box.
That's your favorite box, right? Nothing box?
If a man has a chance, he'll go to his nothing box every time.
Yes.
That's why a man can do something seemingly completely brain dead for hours on end. You know, like fishing.
Okay.
No point. If you're married, I can see. Trying to get away from your wife.
Did you just say
And we
you
love
get
it.
married?
That's why a guy can sit in front of a TV.
That if you're married, I can see it. It's just trying to get away from your wife. Same with golf.
Well, now it's scrolling. It's not video. It's not changing the channel on the TV anymore. Everything is scrolling now. So you gotta update this in your
This
mind.
drives our wives nuts because they'll come up and say, "Stop that!
Gorilla.
You can't possibly be watching anything!"
So that's the nothing box.
I see.
Do you have a nothing box?
I don't know what it is still.
Yeah, well, when a woman says, "What you thinking about?" What do you say?
Does alcohol count as a nothing box? Why did you just like sigh? Like I just
Deg,
fucking.
why is Deglamon asking me if I'm an insurrectionist? You know that I am.
Well, everyone knows that. Yeah, she was a Jan
What the heck?
6er.
What is there? What? I don't understand it, but
Don't tell the FBI she was a January
don't
6th.
tell the FBI.
What?
I think they know.
Oh,
I think they're well aware.
no, I wouldn't have said it.
Guess what? You know what? In fact, I know they're well aware.
If you hadn't said it like 800 times, I never would have said it because they would come after you.
No, I
I
told
don't want
everybody.
anyone coming after you.
Yeah, well, I told everybody because, well, no. Here's the thing: is I didn't do anything wrong. So they're that. Just because
I mean, I am the one that told them you were a January. Wait.
you bastard, you would. Okay. that's
I
okay.
told them I lied. I told them you were January 7th.
I was there.
Right. I mean, those people you might want to round up first because they were
Listen.
hardcore.
Look at it. Viper thinks I'm not highlighting that shit. You what? Are you,
He's just in love with Karen Reed still.
he is. I don't know why. Boy, I tell you though, the first time I saw
He has no ass. It's confirmed by text. No ass. Viper, you want ass, don't you? You want
You guys are terrible. All right.
no ass.
Yeah. Okay.
Does maybe the crazy outweighs the no ass part or maybe he does like no ass. And I'm just projecting that you could say no ass is good. I don't see Viper as a no ass guy, but maybe I'm wrong. Why are you giggling? These are the days of our lives.
Because I'm
So you know one way or the other whether he's a no ass guy.
I'm reading the chat and I'm laughing at your responses.
Is he a no ass guy or an ass guy?
I don't really. I'm not sure.
You know him. Come on, you should know whether he's a no ass guy or an
I
ass.
think he's an ass guy.
Yeah, I picture him as an ass guy. He's working with leather all day, you know, working it around like you want something to work with.
You make it sound so dirty.
I wasn't trying to.
After 5 years, I had better know. God, it's been that long. It's been forever.
So
It's been
so the no ass Karen Reed attraction, the craziness there must be an appeal to the craziness. He's a party girl. He likes a party.
You know, I didn't see any of that, so I have no idea what you're referring to. I didn't see all that part of whatever. What did you see that makes you say that she's a crazy party girl? Although, you know what? Can I
She
tell
was
you?
literally grabbing drinks from people, doing shots. She's like 45.
Yeah, and she's
How many
single.
45-year-olds fucking spend 6 hours drinking in 2 different locations and then say, let's go drink some more? And she's a little cuckoo. That should be obvious to anyone, but maybe it isn't. I feel it is, but whatever. You didn't pick up on any of that?
Yeah, I just started reading chat right at the end. I'm sorry.
Are you
Yes.
okay?
No, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it, Viper. You see, I'm very distracted.
What are you doing now?
you. But no, with Karen, I think what were you just discussing?
Are you talking to me this time?
Yeah.
What was the question?
We're talking about no ass Karen. Come on.
Well, you weren't talking to me the last three things you yelled out.
I'm
were
so
other people.
sorry. I'm freaking because this. Oh my God. Okay. Yes, he's talking. You know what? Viper is distracting me. I'm not in any condition. I sat here and drank a couple of drinks while we were. So this is not okay. That's why I had to take myself off the camera. Good Lord. I gotta close this shit down. Gotta shut this down.
Are you in a
I'm
Sally?
gonna be. I feel like Karen.
Are you in a Sally port?
Oh, that's what you were
You're
saying. That she was super intoxicated.
I said she was very drunk. Yes.
Yes, that's what you were saying. See, it brought it all back. See, look,
Would
I'm
you-
there. I'm
You were
listening.
denying
to
it,
the
even
echo
though
of
there was video
Karen.
evidence of her pounding fucking drinks all fucking night at a rate that like a 20-something would do, not a 40-something would do.
Yeah, but you got to remember that last drink. She didn't drink. John took it.
Oh my God, that last
Right?
drink, she didn't do it. She only did the 8
She went home
shots
after
before
she
that.
found him dead and had some more.
Right?
Bet.
She's like 110 pounds. Oh, she only did the 16 drinks before that?
That, you know what?
What?
Hey, do you like hard liquor or do you like beer?
I don't drink beer.
Oh, so you drink hard liquor.
Texas corn liquor. Hello.
Texas corn liquor.
How long have you
Okay,
fucking-
how many ounces on a Friday night would you normally drink?
If I was going out or like what? Like if I was,
Like you're hanging out with me here.
I would drink one drink an hour, which
You've
is
got only
what
4
I
drinks.
have.
How, wait, 1 ounce?
No, a drink
Okay,
is
how many
one drink.
ounces in that one drink?
I'm saying one drink is 1.5 ounces of 80 proof.
Oh,
So
so you're saying you only have 1.5 ounces of liquor in your drink?
every hour, yeah. I don't drink a lot because I'm old. I used to drink a lot. I don't drink a lot now.
Yeah, I don't drink that much liquor. I can't drink that much.
Wait, you were just
I have to
mumbling.
save it for the weekend. Save it for the weekend. You know what I mean? It's like you can't do it all week long.
I mean, if there was some reason to drink faster than that, I would and I can. But like, if I'm just
No.
hanging out, I would drink one drink an hour, and that buzz, I'll get a buzz from doing that. When I was 20, I would not do that. I would drink probably 3 or 4 drinks an hour.
I don't know. I mean, it just
And
depends.
Karen's doing that at 45 because she's drinking every day.
You know, maybe. Do you think that she quit now?
I don't know. I don't know if that I I think I don't know. I think all the weird people, I think I don't know what she's doing. I've never tried to look outside of the courtroom, so I don't want to know. I imagine there's a lot of people trying to talk to her nonstop.
Did you see her when she left hold on, let me pull that up. When she left the courthouse?
No.
They had, let me see if I can find that. Might be in my history. They were saying that they had to tell the crowd to not cheer because the jury was still there deliberating.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Like how many people like personally invested themselves into it, like they have anything personally involved in it. They projected themselves into it, like.
Oh,
that-
yeah.
That gives them the right to harass people because they feel righteous indignation, even though nothing directly happened to them. They're not involved in any way whatsoever. But, oh, I feel this is the right thing to do. It's like, okay, what?
Hey, I do that all the time.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to think it, and it's one thing to harass someone based on that and try to ruin their lives.
That's true. That is true. No, I get what you're saying. Dang it, I can't find it. Ah. Oh, that's okay. She's what? I'm not. I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna fall asleep if I keep looking around. Like I'm falling asleep, sitting up, looking at this stuff. I'm like in a daze.
Is
I'm
there a
ding
ham
dong done.
sandwich in your hand?
Dude, I got. You know what? I got up at like 5:30 this morning. Mama's gotta go to bed. It's been
Why?
almost 24 hours.
Why
I
did
don't
you wake up so early?
I had to work. And then, but I was so. So after work, as soon as I got home, I started uploading a bunch. Yes, it is time for bed. But I started uploading a bunch of videos, and I think I still have some that I didn't even get to. Dude, I'm serious. There's so much. There's so much.
Yeah, well, you literally went back to day one to find shit, and it's like, what the fuck? You went back.
Well,
to
you people don't know the story. They see this and they go, "Oh my God, come on!" You know.
So you were predicting full acquittal.
Oh God,
Even
I
though
hope so.
You
I hope so.
literally said hung jury, and then you changed it to acquittal.
You know what? She's not guilty. Bam. There's no way. These guys have to be crazy
Oh, we'll
to
see.
think that she did it.
Well,
Because
I
they couldn't.
explained to you why I think it will be a hung jury.
Kill him with a vehicle. There, I said it.
What? What about a
Kill him
vehicle?
with her vehicle. If she killed him, she didn't do it with her car, her vehicle.
Who?
See, Lisa, you're CB too. She should be off.
You're
If I
like
was
an
their pet.
expert worshiper. Experts are not experts.
Okay.
There have been studies, scientific studies by experts that prove that experts don't know shit. Basically, the Jim Cramer guy you were like worshiping, like, oh, Jim Cramer, he knows everything. Basically,
Oh, I'm like, oh, I know what you're talking about.
here's a scientific studies that say experts make predictions and they're almost always wrong. They basically tested like, okay, we'll create groups of things and we'll create individuals and we'll all have them make predictions and we'll see who's the closest to being right. So they do these studies, and one of them is like, let experts make predictions about this in their field of expertise, and we'll let just random people make predictions, and we'll create groups of people to make predictions. And what happens is experts are not the best at making predictions in their areas of expertise. They get beaten significantly and easily. No, by a group of people. Like if you create a group of people that just think about shit, that are like regular people that just are
Like
aware
Dr.
of-
Russell and
just
her
like people that
thinking
are
about
aware of
dogfights and
shit,
stuff.
like smart people that are aware of shit, that come together. She's not a group of people. She's a fucking expert. She is she's literally the definition of the expert that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. You take random people that are
Stepped me into another one, didn't he?
Smart, and they talk to each other and say and they come to a consensus and say, this is our prediction. They are the highest as far as being correct with the predictions. And experts, super PhDs and all the people that write books, and they're below them. And the reason is easy. If you know any of these people, which I do, they get hung up on a couple different things. One being right. It's like they have like a history of predictions. They make predictions all the time.
Prove. Okay, so prove to me that their predictions are all. Show me. If you give me a clear example, this is just your theory. To me, right now, this is just your theory.
I'm talking about in general. This is just general about worshiping experts. How many times you fucking see a person on TV and they're like, I'm this expert, I'm a financial expert.
Has there been a study done on this that you're proposing?
Yeah, I'm literally telling you the results of the fucking study.
Okay, well, show me the study.
Well, I'll fucking find it and send it to you, but I'm describing it.
The I don't know. You scared me wrong before, buddy.
Oh my God.
You have. You kind of been like fucking with me all the time. You always make.
Well, I do fuck with you all the time.
I know. Why should I believe this? Come on.
Because it makes fucking common sense. Experts are invested in their fucking very specific thing of expertise, and they see it everywhere. Like, oh, I'm a fucking dog bite expert. This is a dog bite. That's a dog bite. That's a dog bite. It's like, it can only be a dog bite. Well,
dude, I'm telling you.
What are you telling me, dude?
Those were dog bites, man.
Were they, dude?
They weren't a freaking. Just like the guy says.
Well, guess what? Wait, stop before you say anything else. Your precious expert said they were not dog bites and they were claw marks from a dog.
Oh my God.
Oh
okay.
my God. Oh,
listen, they're both.
You don't think there's any difference between
There's
claw
claw
marks
and bite marks.
No.
I believe so.
No.
Yeah.
Her final statement was they were all.
Oh no, I don't believe that.
marks.
Oh, you know what? So maybe go back.
That's why they
Mama's
were
going to
only
bed.
on the one
Good.
side of the arm. She changed her fucking
I'm not-
story every fucking time because people pointed out, why aren't there any teeth marks on the underside of the arm? She finally came to the conclusion that there are claw marks on the top of the arm the whole time.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. You're right. I'm wrong. There. You happy now?
She literally.
Go to bed.
Her expert story changed 3 fucking times.
No, it did not. That's a lie for the pit of hell. Shut up.
Live from the pit of hell. Wow,
Yes.
that's almost good as being fundamentally awful.
Good night.
I'm coming from the pit of hell to be fundamentally awful. I'm really gonna start emblazing this stuff. This is really giving me
The golden
a lot of
asshole's
confidence.
keeping me up.
This is really
You're
emboldening.
doing it on purpose.
I'm coming from the pit of hell to spread
No.
my fundamental
Good
awfulness.
night.